Whitewater Region Regular Council meeting for Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022 at 2:10 p.m. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Please stand for the prayer. Almighty God, we give thanks for the great blessings which have been bestowed on Canada and its citizens, including the gifts of freedom, opportunity, and peace that we enjoy. Guide us in our deliberations as township councillors and strengthen us in our awareness of our duties and responsibilities. Grant us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to preserve the blessings of this country for the benefit of all and to make good laws and wise decisions. Amen. Now at this time, I'll do it again. Disclosure of interest for any council members today. Seeing none, thank you. And let it be said that we rose from a closed session at 1:59 p.m. And is that all I have to say?
Nope, the rest of it too.
I have to read that?
No. From email? Hey? Email I gave you?
Oh, you gave me an email?
I can say it.
Go ahead and say it, please, because obviously I don't have it in front of me.
On behalf of Mayor and Council, Council discussed the selection of the CAO. An appointment bylaw will be considered at a special council meeting on Monday morning.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to public meetings, 4.1, our senior and older task force final report, and turn this over to Councillor Nicholson, please.
Good. Thank you, Mayor. Awesome. So we get an opportunity to present similar to the last council meeting. We did a presentation on the pilot. This one is specific to the seniors task force. You can flip it a slide there, please. This is what represents the final report from our task force. The task force stood up in September of 2019, and this will align with its completion according to our terms of reference that coincides with current term of council. So I just wanted to introduce some of the members, and you'll see them later on, but for the sake of going through the presentation, I'll do most of the speaking, and then I'll throw it to our task force to answer questions or to throw in some of their personal perspectives on some of the issues. To here today, we have Bev Buchanan, Gwen Bennett, Moira Doe, and Sheila O'Brien. 4 of the 6 members. We had 1 member recently resign just due to some family health stuff. Oziah Horst is also a member, but he is busily working on some bookkeeping deadlines, so he wasn't able to join us today. And Bonnie Johnson is the other member. She actually got pulled away for an Ontario Health Team meeting. The task force was able to secure a seat on one of those steering committees. She's there representing us at that meeting today. So busy, but all positive. Good. The last person I just wanted to recognize is the employee that we had for the last, I want to say 9 months, Amanda Labbe. Her last day of work was yesterday. And she was instrumental in getting much of our great ideas off the ground and for creating all of that data that we threw at council at the last council meeting. So just to recognize some of those folks. Good. We'll throw on to the next one. Good. So we're going to talk a little bit about background. Recognize some of the other members of the task force and the terms of reference. Some of the meetings that we did do over the past 3 years, the delivery of our community plan, and some final recommendations. Good. Okay, so similar to what I talked about last time, the population bubble is approaching for the seniors age group in our community and of course across Canada and within Ontario. The 2021 census has Whitewater region with an over 65 population at 23% of our population. So of a population of 7,200, that makes for over 1,600 seniors. Very significant piece. If we include 55 plus, that's another 1,200 residents. In total, we exceed the provincial averages by 3 or 4%. And although those numbers might look small, they are significant when you're talking about proportions of populations. So what's important now is that we need to start working now to plan for that portion of our population to continue to grow until 2030. What that means is the age-friendly plan that we did so much work on earlier. Now we need to try to incorporate it into our strategic plan. Good, next one. Good, some members there. So here we're just recognizing each person and when they came on, when they joined us and when they left. So I've introduced, I think, everybody on the left. I'll just make mention of Connie McLaughlin. She joined us at the inaugural in September 2019 and had to leave for family reasons in March of 2020. Sheila Broom out of Foresters Falls, September 19 and left in June of 20. Will just left, Will Patterson from Cobden. And Gary Juby was from Haley Station. He joined us in September of 19 and left in May of 20. What's interesting is those members, they stay very connected with us. They're just not able to commit the same level of dedication. And we've used those contacts for numerous of our engagements with the senior population across the township. So it's nice to see almost an extended group of the task force. Good. The other three that I'll mention, or the other two that I'll mention, sorry, is the Reeve Regier. Sorry. We just went over that this morning. She has joined us, I think, in September of 2020 and has been participating in all of our meetings so far. And Rob Tremblay, our CAO, was instrumental in the back, making sure that we stayed online and I didn't cross out of my little boundaries. So it was all good. Good. Good, meetings. So we like to have meetings. And we used it as an opportunity to really gain an appreciation for what was out there. We had over 30 task force meetings, and I lost track of all of the subcommittee meetings. I think it was over 3 dozen. My rough estimation was we've invested about 750 hours of volunteer time in the last 2 years and 9 months, which is huge. Some of the organizations that have come and joined us at these meetings and spent 30 minutes to sometimes 2 hours sharing with us their insights and how we can serve our seniors better. You can see by the list that it's pretty extensive and included organizations from across the county, including some ministry organizations. So very productive from that perspective. Good, next one, deliverables. So this is just a reminder about our age-friendly community plan that was approved by council in 2021. And this has continued to guide our work and everything that we did. Much of the first year was gathering the information from the agencies that supported the seniors in our community. Our second year was focused on conducting the needs analysis and creating the age-friendly community plan. And this past year has given us the opportunity to try to achieve some of the items in the action plan. We successfully launched the plan with the council's approval in the spring of 2021. The senior task force became an organization that was invited to participate in township and county projects, reviews and studies, such as the active transportation plan, the comprehensive bylaw review, the Ontario Health Team's steering committee, the Renfrew County Seniors Housing Strategy, all to make sure, as for examples of where we ensured that the voice of our seniors was represented in the business of council. So very successful in that perspective. It also helped to ensure that, that they were involved in decision making. The pilot was launched. Relationships have been cultivated with local church groups and service clubs. We've successfully obtained a grant to offer computer and handheld device training this fall. And we've developed an advocacy plan that has formed many of the recommendations that we're going to be providing to council. So the red circles represent those items of the action plan that we have succeeded in starting. I don't know if there's ever going to be a finish line to some of them, but in a mere 12 months, you've seen this volunteer organization achieve much of what you set out as their plan. So a highly successful group of volunteers. Good, so the recommendations And we're not going to go through them all. There's 23 recommendations, and they're provided in the attached report. And they're divided across 8 categories, and we'll just highlight some of the most important ones at this time. So I'm just going to go through them, and then if you feel like you want to jump in, we'll see. Okay. So highlights is the next one.
Am I turning?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay, so the power of a group of community volunteers partnering with service groups and community support services is incredible. We've been very successful, and the recommendation is that this group of volunteers, or this kind of process that council used, should be replicated to support the next council. Formal partnerships with Care for, Eganville Seniors, Renfrew Seniors must be maintained, and membership in the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team and the Older Adults Centre Association for Ontario needs to be maintained. So something for us to carry forward into the next recommendations for the next term is to maintain that representation of our community on a committee or a task force or whatever is appropriate at that time to ensure that this involvement continues. Who should speak on the behalf of our seniors and older adults? There is a requirement for us to demand recognition for the gaps in access to support, primary care, the internet, even though it's not a primary responsibility of what a lower tier is traditionally responsible for. We are still the voice of our residents, and we need to continue to press provincial ministries responsible for support services to fund support in rural centres. This includes essentials like access to primary care, home and community support. And we just recommend continuing to advocate for things like RCV TAC and working closer with Connect Well, already established in our community and with the potential to grow access to primary care. So really it's just a recommendation on advocacy, and we have to maintain that pressure on the other elements of government. Third point here is that our rural community has been well serviced by volunteer organizations providing programming. However, they too need support, especially for the more complex needs like senior centers without walls, computer training, and large events. We recommend that Township consider helping to coordinate and facilitate this type of programming through the seniors pilot. And really what that is it's just a recommendation that there may be opportunities for us to invest staff effort into helping the volunteers out with some of these programs. The Township has an active transportation plan, and it's one area that we recommend that investment is made to ensure the trail systems are established that are accessible, have resting areas, and include input and feedback from our seniors. Connections between those trail systems and our communities should also be accessible by things like paved shoulders in areas like Beachburg and Foresters Falls. And again, that just reinforces, I know the Reeve's taken that one to county, just to reinforce that we have to think about the active transportation piece for our seniors. Good. Next one, just an example of the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team structure. It has a number of enabler groups and networks, basically committees and subcommittees. The Seniors Task Force has secured a position on the steering committee and a position on that networker committee, and that's where Bonnie is today. The dotted circle talks about home and community support care. It may be another area where the task force or whatever organization exists in the future may also want to make sure that we're represented on it from a rural perspective. Bonnie's not here to comment on this one, but does anybody else want to comment on OHTs? No? Okay. Good. Next one is the juicy one, housing. So one of the main concerns that we've had highlighted to us from our needs assessment and from continuing input from the seniors when we do programming and other events is the need for senior-friendly housing, interim housing, smaller single or duplex units, and secondary dwellings. We had an excellent opportunity this past week. Sheila facilitated getting some time in front of BEI. We sit down with BEI, we talk to them about what seniors' needs are and how they may be able to incorporate it into their planning for their continuing builds that are going on here. So at this point, I'm hoping maybe Sheila would want to jump in or Gwen would jump in with some comments.
Sure. When we met with
Leave it there?
when we met with BEI, we were really pleased at how positive they were that we did approach them. They're eager to work with the community. They're eager to work with all age groups in the community. We specifically started out speaking of smaller singles or half doubles built on pads, no steps, no stairs, with a whole range of assistive devices within the home to help people stay in their own home. They were very positive about this. They were very forthright that right now costs are high. Costs for any kind of housing are high. They are hoping that they will come down, and I think they will over the next couple of years, a certain amount. The thing we all took away from it too is that there are very few rental facilities in Whitewater. A great many seniors do own their own home, and throughout the vast range of prices, 300 to 900, you know. So certainly people that are looking for interim housing, that want to stay in their community, keep their church, keep their service clubs, BEI is certainly very, very willing to work with us. So I think that's a very positive start for us, that they are so willing. Kathy and I are going to go and view one of the homes in a few weeks, just to see what the plans look like in real time, and to see how suitable they might be. There are other parts of the township that are interested in the same type of housing. We've asked Ivan to create a map or a list of existing vacant zoned housing lots. That's a mouthful. But anyway, we want to see what's out there in the township that's vacant, and see if you know, any of those lots would suit people who want to build or move to a smaller dwelling, and work with some small builders, not necessarily subdivision builders, but small ones. And that might allow people to stay on Westmeath and stay in La Paz if there's land available. So that's on our to-do list. We haven't looked at, what's your term, co-op housing. We haven't looked at that yet. That's on our to-do list, but that's something to consider. We haven't looked at condominium type housing. That's something to consider, and that's something BEI said could be on the table. So that's interesting too. Needless to say, we're just starting, so there's a lot of work ahead of us, but bear with us. We'll get through it, and hopefully some really positive things will come out of it for us.
Good. Gwen, did you want to add anything on housing?
I know how to do this.
I just want to add that my thing is secondary dwellings, and I understand from conversations with Ivan that there's now several secondary dwellings in the region. And by secondary dwellings, I mean that myself at our property, we would be able to put on a granny suite or in-law suite, and some people, I think, are adding to their houses with basement flats or additions, so that family members can live close to their support people. There's a primary dwelling and a secondary dwelling. They cannot be severed, and they need to be, if they're sold, they need to be sold together. But we already have that available in Whitewater, and I think that's really exciting. If people, it's another way that people can stay in their home area and have supports from their extended family. Mostly it's their adult children, I think. So I'm excited about that.
Doesn't want to speak at this point, but Moira, did you want to add anything? Okay, good. That concludes our presentation. The point being is the 23 recommendations. We know that the term of council is ending very quickly, so really it's just an acknowledgement of what those recommendations are, and to carry them forward into the next, make that recommendation to the next council and staff for how they can incorporate benefits to the seniors in our community. What we're hoping now is that you guys have some questions or comments for the task force and what they've been able to investigate over the past almost 3 years. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mackay.
We had a conference, economic development, was that it? Was it that last week? What was that called? Yeah, with Scott. Anyways, there was people there from, a lady there who lived in Douglas, but she worked in Lanark, and they have a bus system now. And that'd be a way to keep seniors in their home if you could set up, it doesn't have to be a set bus, it could be something easy to get into. And then, you know, people don't have to get a ride to go to the doctor. And I thought that's something we could look into. I thought it was a great idea, especially.
That's in Douglas now?
Well, no, it's in Lanark. She lives in Douglas, but
She lives in.
yeah, she works something through Lanark. And I said, maybe we could find out about that. Because, you know, Cobden, Beachburg, Foresters Falls, all these little places, you could have a route. You go to Pembroke or Renfrew and stop at wherever they want to go. And just make it you can make it simple. And that would allow people, some people, they give up their car and they move to Renfrew, move to Pembroke. And you lose them out of your community.
That's right. Yeah.
So I thought that would be a good idea. And when I get to be a senior, I hope they have that.
We're working on it.
Yeah. Just to respond, thank you for that comment. It's on our radar around transportation, and several of the organizations that we have been working with have put in proposals to get funding to help enhance it. We thought of a grocery bus, so seniors could actually go out and do their own shopping if they're able to. So it's certainly, we acknowledge, and we've done some research with learning about other areas, so we can follow up on that one. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor McLaughlin?
Yeah, I think I've spoke with Councillor Nicholson about this and the service clubs. I know now that Civitan has finally started to open up, and I don't know if you have got in contact yet to make a presentation to them. I would think, I see Councillor Nicholson nodding his head. Knowing Councillor Nicholson, he's already on it. But I think those are things that we need to do. I think there's two things that I struggle with is the transportation. You're absolutely right. I think that's a big issue for our seniors. And also to try and get affordable housing. That's another big struggle. And I don't know where we possibly can go with that one. But yes, I think it's out there. And I think another thing that came to my mind is we need somehow to attract more convenience, like more grocery stores or shops and things, so that the seniors are able to get to them. I think that's a problem, is that a lot of them think, oh, I got to get to I got to go and shop. I got to shop in Renfrew. I got to do this. And how do I get there? And if you don't have somebody, a family member who's able to do that, you're pretty well euchred. And I think it's something that I think it's something that needs to be looked at. I certainly do not have the answer to it, but those are two things, and I'm sure, because I know as a Civitan member, I think that there's lots of people who are willing to help. We just need to get the information to flow to them, and I'll stop at that. I'm sure Councillor Nicholson's been all over it.
Daryl, you actually have highlighted other areas that we're looking at with the housing, the transportation, and really helping with the programming we've been doing through the pilot, getting to know seniors and getting a better understanding of what their needs are. So it's a work in process, but certainly appreciate your comments and feedback.
I just. I'd just like to throw something interesting out there that I learned about 2 weeks ago. There's two young gals from Douglas that bought a travel trailer and painted it pink and gold and put a boutique in it. And they're traveling around all the small hamlets in Renfrew County. And so the women and the girls can go shopping at the trailer and they're having a blast. And I thought, that is a real good alternative to a brick and mortar store that costs an awful lot of money. And I'm hoping that type of thing takes off, and if council has anything they can do to encourage that they must need a license or something to do it or what have you. But I've invited them to Beachburg. I'm really excited about it. But when you look at seniors wanting to get out to Christmas shop or birthday shop or whatever, I think this is just fabulous. So keep it under your hat.
Thank you. Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, I had the good fortune to be in St. Jacobs a couple of weeks ago. I travel there about every 6 or 9 months or so. If anybody wants to get a real good idea of what a concept plan for seniors and older living should look like, get to St. Jacobs. Housing, of course, they ended up in a fantastic state, but it started with a plan, right? They had to have a plan, first of all. So we're going to have to do a lot of planning in terms of housing and shops and that kind of thing. But so they have housing there, all connected. Not very big houses. I think they're all 1 bedroom, probably. Some of them maybe 2 bedroom. Looks like all of their maintenance is taken care of for them, so grass cutting, and they hardly have any lawns, whatever, but they have a little garden at the front and covered walkways, so all of the sidewalks are actually covered. So a roof over all the sidewalks, and we're not talking like from here to across the street, we're talking lots of interconnecting sidewalks. They have shuttles that come through there to take them to downtown, and downtown isn't very far. But the point is, they have a shuttle, just a little white short bus, comes in every couple of hours or so and drops people off, pick them up. I believe that there was a healthcare, so one of the units at the front of the site had a healthcare worker in it. But that's something I think BEI and myself could probably go and have a further investigation of. And if I'm sure probably you've been down at St. Jacobs, just full of shops. Yeah. But they have to be encouraged to come, and the way we encourage them to come is, you've got to build a community first, and then people will invest in putting their money into shops and businesses. But I just wanted to share that with you, that if you want a real good idea of what you want the community to end up being like, that'd be a good place to start. I know Neil and I have talked at the ministry level a couple of times too. And Neil's done a fantastic job, but it's so hard to kind of get their foothold and get started. And then what do you want to end up being like? It's a blackboard or a whiteboard, right? And you've already got to kind of pick your spots to start. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I didn't know how this was going to go when this first took off, and coming up into the senior abode myself, I always wondered how this was going to transpire, and it's amazing what has come to light, and to try and figure out what our strengths and weaknesses are. It's nice to know we have a lot of strengths, and we're still moving forward, and we haven't been discouraged about the negative side, and we're not alone. There is so many people out there in other municipalities with possibly the same demographics as us with the same problems. It's becoming more of a problem, and in the future, as Neil said, our numbers changing, our demographics are changing, and whether it be good or not, we have to deal with it. And this council is going to have to go through a lot of that with the next probably 2 council sessions with the demographic changes, with just the houses that have sold and how that's going to affect how we do business. It's incredible. So hopefully some of them houses that have sold will include doctors, but I don't know about that. So in closing, I would like to thank you all very much for your dedication, and council does appreciate what you do, and we look forward to hearing Neil every now and then tell us what's going on. And I know the last the last 3 and 4 years for this council haven't been good. It hasn't been great for our residents either. So it's nice to see light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully once we get COVID behind us, we have a brighter picture. As you know, some of us are still, well, we just finished with the flood 3 months ago, and like that's a long time. So hopefully our residents are back on the right path, and this will help. At least now they know there's a group out there that is helping to make them more comfortable or at ease. And we see it periodically, and I used to see it on fire when you'd have calls and you'd end up in a house with a senior or somebody alone and totally lost as to what to do. So it's nice that now they can be pointed in one direction or another. If nothing else, Councillor Nicholson. So thank you all very much, and we appreciate your time. And I guess we just move on from here, right, Councillor Nicholson?
Mayor Moore, on behalf of the task force, though, I think we'd all like to acknowledge your investment and the councillors' investment in supporting us when we recently, probably in the winter, attended a Zoom meeting conference, and we were talking and sharing about what was happening. Our approach in our municipality with the council's support was really envied by many communities. So hats off to all of you. And we really value this connection and your support on an ongoing basis. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Council, round of applause. Thank you very much. Now, the clerk has advised me that I forgot to do the recommendation, so we will do the recommendation and then vote on it. So 4.1, Senior and Older Task Force Final Report PowerPoint Presentation. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region 1, receive the final report of the Seniors and Older Task Force and thank the community members for their work and engagement. And 2, direct staff to report back on the recommendations prior to the finalization of the 2023 budget. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Olmsted and Councillor McLaughlin. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot that. So now we move on to public meeting 4.2. Recommendation of the...
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. This is the new one you gave me.
Yeah. The
Okay.
rest you can't.
Okay. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the fees for marriage licenses and building deposits. Motion and seconder, please. Reeve Regier and Councillor Mackay. This goes to Carmen, please.
Okay. So as council knows that we brought both these reports to council at an earlier meeting. So February 16th was the building performance deposits, and May 18th was for the marriage license fees. We circulated in the paper, and at this time we've had no comments or requests for anybody asking for any questions. So we're hoping that if you're in agreement, we could pass the bylaw to approve these services.
Any questions? Seeing none? Oh, question? Councillor McLaughlin?
Just when I was looking at the difference between residents and non-residents and your cost for marriage license, is that just a license, Carmen, or is that what's charged to do a marriage?
So through you, Chair, this fee, the $125 for residents, is just for the marriage license.
Okay.
If they want me to do the service, that's an additional fee.
So it's over and above?
Yeah.
Okay, then you've answered my question, and I'm quite happy with that part.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Mackay.
Just want to say Carmen presided over my daughter's wedding, and they're still married. And you did a really good job. Everybody liked it. Thank you, Carmen.
Any other questions? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we're going on to 4.3. Yes. Official Plan Amendment 34, Bennett Meadows. Recommendation that the Council of Township of Whitewater Region receive comments from the public at a public meeting to consider the following. I thought this wasn't coming till later. Are we jumping?
Confused.
I thought there
I
was,
have it out of order, so
So the planning items come back at 4:45, so you can now jump to number 5. Number 5, yeah,
Hey, I
the
thought
planning
so.
matters have been
Yes,
advertised
I
for
thought so.
4:45.
yes. Okay, so now we will move to item number 5, which is announcements. River Gear.
Thank you. No, I don't have anything at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Olmsted.
You caught me off guard, but I don't think so. I'll come back to it if I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLachlan.
The only thing, and it's past, I think the WDRA had their golf tournament on Saturday, and I think it was quite a good success there. And I would like to say thank you to council members who sponsored holes. I think the WDRA is a great, valuable organization, and just want to say thank you.
Yes, we just received a letter, and that will be in the next council package. So thank you for bringing that forward. Councillor Mackay.
Not at this time.
Councillor Nicholson.
Like Councillor Olmsted, I kind of had to scramble, but I had more time being the last one. Two things just from our seniors pilot perspective. This Friday, June 24th, at the Beachburg United Church, we're having a drop-in soup and sandwich from 11:30 to 1, and that's in partnership with the United Church. So an opportunity for you to pass that on. The other one is Wednesday, June 29th, here in Cobden. Eganville and District Seniors, Connectwell, and our organization are hosting a fundraising dinner, Cobden Curbside fundraising dinner. Pickups between 4 and 6. If you'd like some more information, it's on our Facebook page. The funding for this, and I just make a note, it helps to fund a Meals on Wheels program that we have servicing seniors here in Cobden, and we're hoping, with partnership with some of our service clubs, that we're going to be able to extend that Meals on Wheels service beyond Cobden at some point in the future. So it's the leading edge of a new plan. So thank you, Mayor.
That's quite a lot to take in and a lot of change, which is good. I have one. I would like to say goodbye to our CAO. I understand tomorrow is his last day. No, Friday is his last day. So I'd like to thank you for all your help and support over the last 4 years of this term of council, and wish you well in your endeavors in your new job. So congratulations and thank you. Okay, with that, where are we going next? 6. Okay. So now we will go to reports with asset management. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the 2022 asset management plan prepared by PSD citywide. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Revergear. Thank you. This goes to Sean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a few weeks ago, we had Public Sector Digest, citywide, PSD, whatever their legal name is, that did the work on our asset management plan present to council, kind of just an overview of the plan. So really what the intent of is today is for council to adopt this plan. There's a regulation in place that July 1st, 2022, which was formerly supposed to be July 1st, 2021, was a deadline to approve an asset management plan for all core assets. The next deadline is July 1st, 2024, where we must approve an asset management plan that includes levels of service and cost to maintain the assets. And then the final deadline of this whole asset management structure from the province of Ontario is July 1st, 2025, where council must approve an asset management plan that identifies proposed levels of service, what activities will be required to meet the proposed levels of service, and a strategy to fund those. So really, we're at stage 2 of this roadmap. And whenever we've seen the asset management plan, but I'll just touch on a few key highlights. Some key findings are that in our plan as it stands today, 77% of the assets are in fair or better condition. We had condition data that was mostly from staff-related assessments for 98% of our assets. Not surprising is there's a significant infrastructure gap, which is probably the same for every municipality, including the large cities in Ontario. And then another key statistic that I think everyone needs to be aware of is in the next 10 years, 26%, so over a quarter of our assets, will be required to be replaced. So some following steps after this asset management plan is for staff to develop a data governance strategy or policy. And this will ensure accurate and reliable data is being collected. So I really don't think that today is the intent is to dive into the weeds of exactly what's in this plan. Plans are as good as the data that we have. Information technology is moving at a rapid pace. Basically every week, or you can even make the argument in some sectors every day, newer and newer technology becomes available. As people get used to having more technology, the demands for the data is there. We are at, I would say, its infancy in terms of where we are to gather data. We have a software in place from Citywide where we can update condition assessments, update the inputs into this plan, and as we better understand those inputs and have better data and have the roadmap to collect that data, this plan will get updated over time, and the outcome, the numbers that everyone is really interested in will become more accurate and better. Another thing to do is refine risk and life cycle models to develop more accurate short-term and long-term capital forecasts. So again, it's really about understanding and having a roadmap to gather the correct data we need to put into this plan to produce the desired result. And then annually track and document the current level of service that have been identified in this AMP, and that's to prepare for the 2025 deadline. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is this is the starting point of this plan. These are fluid. The idea is we'll come back once a year, typically in the budget process. Staff will be working throughout the year to collect the data, input the data, and as that spits out different versions of this plan, we'll be coming back during the budget process to update council and have a roadmap on the capital investment that we would like to have. But as it stands today, I know that May from Citywide touched on it. The estimated annual capital requirement is 12.9 million. Currently, we average about 1.2 million of capital and funding. So this is an infrastructure gap of 11.7 million. The plan recommends to increase tax revenues by about 4%, wastewater revenues by 2.9, and water revenues, I believe that should have been 7.1 annually over the next 20 years. That's very similar to, I know the water wastewater rate study didn't touch on tax, but that's very, very similar to that study that we had in terms of where the rates were to move each year. So it's not as if those two recommendations don't coincide. They're very, very close. And then I just labeled in the report the annual capital investment in the 8 areas. So stormwater network would have the most annual capital investment, and then it kind of goes down into the other 7 areas, and the last one being land improvements. So again, would I say that this is exactly to a dollar what has to happen? No, but it's a starting point that staff can at least use to update and bring back to council when strategic decisions are being made regarding our capital assets. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Questions? I know that's a lot to digest, especially with the numbers. Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. And I'm going to constrain myself from talking about the content of the AMP, but just your 5 next steps that are listed there, I guess the 4. What's the timeline to achieve those? And do we need to invest, or is that are you capable of doing that within current staff?
I think
capacity?
the first thing that we need to do is we are currently, Lane and I are scheduled times with Citywide to go through their software that all of our asset register is sitting in. likely the next step through the summer into, I guess I would say in second half of this current year, is to reconcile that data to our tangible capital asset, which is in our financial statements, okay? That would likely fall more under my realm, I guess. And in that, as we learn the software and updating the inputs that go in, so the cost for per kilometer of road per se, and Lane knows more about that stuff than I, as he can update that, and as we move forward in gathering the data. I would say that we should have a better idea at our 2023 budget time what we need in 2023. It may not be exactly what's in this plan. I would say that by the time we hit the 2024 budget time, we'll even be more improved. And I don't know if we'll get a data governance policy done right now until we understand the actual data we need to go into this. So when we understand that through the training with PSD, we can come back with a policy and a roadmap. I think it's going to take us, I don't want to constrain us to a month to learn it and understand the software. But once we understand that, we can come back with a policy that makes sense to get the desired data we need to get you the information you need.
So you're anticipating essentially within the next 3 or 4 months, those ones will be done?
I'm anticipating we'll be trained in the next 2 months.
Yeah.
And then when we get to there, the develop a data governance strategy policy, I mean, that might be one that we can check off relatively soon because we should know the type of data we need. But I would say that this whole exercise is going to take some time to iron out the right information we need. So I don't think we're going to have everything, these three. I think I have 3 here. The plan recommends the following next steps. Is that what you're referring to, where the mouse is on the screen?
No, I'm down at the next steps.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so I would think that we're going to have the tangible capital asset reconciled before year end. We're finishing off the training in the next, I would say, month to 2 months. And then the strategy policy might come end of this year, early next year.
Okay. And will the next council budget for 2023 include a draft 10-year capital forecast, or likely not?
50-50.
Okay, good. That's good. And you think you can do this all within current staff capacity?
I think we can start this. We have a finance intern coming that we're sharing with 2 other municipalities, so we'll have them at our disposal. I think we can have a version of what we need with current staff capacity, just like we have with everything else. Whether it's the Civic, or it's the Cadillac, or it's the Porsche, we're not sure yet.
No, and it's first steps, like you said. So I just wanted to make sure I had an appreciation for what we were approving here. So
yeah,
thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
I have a quick question, it may not relate or not. Does this, now that we're coming full throttle with asset management, does LEG fall into place here or not?
Well, they have to do the same things we do, but at this point in time, they do it in a sense that we would, brainstorm ideas and talk to each other, but there's nothing that we're sharing at this point from our plan with someone else's plan. That's something that maybe can be discussed later on when we decide what is the real next steps of managing this plan. Are we going to need other resources, and do we use the LEG group to maybe achieve some of that? Well, that's something we'll have to figure out.
I just want to say I know a guy in Renfrew. Probably wants to work. The good part on the LEG stuff that I would just add is that some municipalities use the same software. The town of Renfrew would not be one of them, but others do. So I know Sean has a really good working relationship with treasurers within the LEG group, so that's likely where the leadership will come.
Wasn't sure if there was going to be change with the new provincial government taking shape or what, or I guess it's all going to stay the same because we've received nothing of the latter, so.
I was hoping that maybe we could get a copy of the provincial government's asset management plan to go off. I can't find one, so.
You don't honestly think that at election time you're going to find one? Okay, any other questions? Councillor Olmsted.
Hopefully yesterday was the 1 in 100 year rain, I think item number 1 on that list, the stormwater network, Cobden is, I don't know how the other regions fared out, and if they got hit as hard as Cobden did yesterday, but we got 5 inches of rain in just over an hour. So you can imagine what that did, and I'm hearing all 5 inches of rain in over an hour, just over an hour. So I'm hearing everybody in Cobden is their basins flooded and there's all kinds of sump pumps going and stuff. But I think number 1 on that list, as we know, Cobden has not had a good stormwater management system. I think to keep growing, we're going to have to heavily invest in stormwater.
Future asset management. Anyone else? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Now move on to 6.2, 2022 tax sale update. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the write-off of uncollectible taxes in the amount of $10,756.91 for the property known as Roll 4758-049-055-21-520, Plot Lot 9, Concession 9, Ross. Motion and a seconder, please. Councilor Lachlan and Reeve Regier. Let's go back to Sean, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, a process started in 2019 where we took the collection of taxes to pretty seriously, and we went through our arrears, and we began, and I think a year before that or so, the regulations changed on the tax sale process, where if property didn't have to be within 3 years in arrears to start that process, it could be 2 years. So there was kind of a bottleneck of properties, but we started basically with 120 some properties that fit in that category before we sent anything to Real Tax, who's the third party that we use to help us administer tax sales. We sent them 71, so we went from 120 something to 71, which is good. The conclusion of that process came a few weeks ago. We had 8 properties that went the distance, I guess you could say. Sorry, 6 properties, I guess. 6, we had 8 to start, it got down to 6, and we ended up selling 4 properties that went to the tax sale process. Of that, we were able to collect about $52,000 worth of tax arrears. There's 2 properties that didn't sell, and basically at that point, we have a few options. Option 1 is that the council can authorize me as the treasurer to write off the tax arrears. Option 2 is you can vest the property, meaning that you can take the property under our ownership and then you can do with it as you see fit. It become tax exempt just like any other property. If you write off the taxes and then vest the property, if the taxes were, the cancellation certificate was over $10,000, if you turn around and sell that property within 7 years, you owe the county and the school boards their portion, because when you write off the taxes, you keep, you collect that portion back from them. If it was under $10,000, you wouldn't owe them their portion. This property is that we're speaking about is over $10,000 for the cancellation certificate. So what I'm recommending, then you can also, the third option is re-advertise. So what I'm recommending doing with the one of the properties is to just go back and re-advertise as is. There's another smaller batch that of properties that are in the tax sale process where the property in question here is beside a property coming, and I think that potentially when advertised, 2 properties beside each other might be more attractive. So that I think we should at least try that for that one, okay? And then there's another one that's a smaller property that I'm not certain re-advertising would yield any different result. So I'm recommending that we write down the taxes, and then our minimum price on that property would be 50% of what the outstanding taxes are right now. So basically what we're doing is we're writing off the taxes. We're making a cancellation price that was less than what we went out this time to hopefully be more attractive to people and go through that process and see what happens then. So the nuts and bolts, I'm not sure if that's clear or clear as mud, but I'll pass it back to the mayor for questions.
Questions? Councillor Mackay.
Well, it says here the roll. Is that up behind the baseball diamond?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not native to the area, but, see my map here. There is a map, you can kind of see there where it is. So you do see where the baseball diamond is. And then, yeah, so it's on, and if you go, like, you won't see it on this map because it's not zoned out or not zoomed out enough, but if you picture your mouse going right, that road allowance or whatever meets up with Foresters Falls Road. Okay, so it's kind of tucked in there. So my recommendation is we rewrite the because I don't think re-advertising that right now is going to do anything. I think it will just have the same result. So I'm saying that we write the taxes off at this point and then re-advertise with a different cancellation price.
That's all rock there, right?
I have not visited that property. I have no idea.
Okay. So that road allowance, that's not the CN rail. The CN rail is behind it or to the north or whatever?
Yeah, I don't believe that's a CN rail.
Okay. So is anybody else familiar with the property? Is it rock or bush or what is it? No? Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, it's just kind of bush, rough terrain, all it is.
But it's landlocked, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
I think well, I'll keep the other comment to myself.
Councillor Nicholson.
Sean, just a question. If we write off the taxes on the Foresters Falls property, we discount it 50%, we sell it at 50% to someone who just wants to own property in Whitewater region, do we then have to owe back a portion of those? Okay, good, understand it. The second point is that when we're sitting on a property, so the other property, the next one down, when we sit on it to wait to advertise it for the more advantageous sale, does it start to incur more taxes? Does it value then have to be sold at a higher price?
Yeah, so what happens is there's a certificate registered, and then anytime, even if it wasn't in this situation, because you start that process and they get a cancellation certificate gets registered, and then that property can accrue interest, or we can bill out another invoice as time just passes, right? And those taxes, like to cancel that, would need to pay all those taxes. So it starts as one, like the cancellation price. So we have to, before we re-advertise that again, we'll have to calculate out our estimation based on interest, because we'll know the sale date based on interest and what's accrued, and then update that.
So the longer we sit on it, the more expensive it gets.
Exactly.
Unless we write it off and decide to sell it at a lower price.
Yes, it would, yes.
Yeah. But you're not recommending to sit on it very long. This fall is what you recommended.
Yeah, I'm recommending that because I don't think we're going to sit on the next batch of them coming. Like, I think that's going to be in the fall sometime. It's going to be probably September, October. So because we have those coming, I'm recommending that we do this process, at least try it, because at the end of that process we can turn invest it at that point. But so we're going out with a few more anyway, so why not maybe lower that and we'll lower it down, see if it's more attractive. If it's not, it's not. No harm, no foul. We'll just go through the next process at that point.
No, that's perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Have we decided, are we going to vote on the motion then? Or Councillor McLaughlin?
Sean, just to get this straight in my mind, okay, that property we talked about, I think I've talked about it before, and I'm not quite following. I realize you're going to drop the selling price. What happens is the value of the tax, like the assessment still stays the same? Is that how it works?
So currently the assessment won't change on that property. I mean, when a sale were to occur and that sale data goes to MPAC, that is potentially when MPAC would adjust that. So the assessment might change in a year or in a taxation year down the road, but it's not going to change right now. And then if we were to vest the property, the assessment would just turn from, I don't know if it's classed as residential right now, because residential is the catch-all, but it would just turn to exempt at that point.
Okay. Yeah, but if we lower the value, do we collect some of the school taxes and the county taxes? Is that how it works?
Yeah, so the first stage is to write it down, and then we would on our next levy check to the county, we would hold that portion. So let's say that portion, and I don't have it in front of me, let's say that portion was 40%. Then when we turn around and we sell the property, we would then, because it had over $10,000 of arrears, we would calculate the selling price times 40%. That would go to the county. Okay?
Yeah.
And same
no.
with the school board.
Okay, yeah, to compensate them for the money that we've gotten in return.
Yes.
Yeah. No, now that I have it all kind of there, I understand that then. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Seeing nothing else, we'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor? Carried, thank you. 6.3, Cameron Street, Earl Street, Vera Street. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an application for temporary borrowing for the Cameron Street, Earl Street, and Vera Crescent project. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor McLaughlin. Thank you. Back to Sean.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, we've gone through this a few different times with a few different projects, whether we borrowed for, but there's two bylaws that need to get done when we want to borrow money. For projects, we've approved through the budget process for the Cameron, Vera, and Earl infrastructure project. This bylaw is really council authorizing me to apply to Infrastructure Ontario for construction loan on this project. So we awarded a tender for basically $2.4 million, and I've applied for $2.5 million of construction loan. And so why I did that is, I mean, it's only $100,000 more, but we don't draw that right away. We draw that as we spend. And if I needed to go, let's say I applied for 2.4 and we needed, $2,450,000. Well, I couldn't go get the extra 50, without going back and restarting the whole process of applying again. And applying for debentures is not just a click of a button, it's a lot of back and forth. So it's been recommended to me by colleagues, always go a little bit higher, just in the event that you were ever to need it. So that's why the difference of the 2.5 and the 2.3 is there. But this is just authorizing me to be able to draw down money as we spend on that project. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Mackay.
I hope we got it because they started there this morning.
Nice of you to keep up on it. Anything else? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we'll go on to 6.4, drinking water system pressure tank replacement. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve Ontario Clean Water Agency proceeding with the Beachburg drinking water system pressure tank replacement project at a cost of $88,654.33, including non-refundable HST by Harrington Mechanical Limited. Motion to seconder, please. Councillor Olmsted and Councillor Mackay. Thank you. This goes to Steve, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on our behalf, Aqua put out a tender. We had three prices. Harrington Mechanical offered the lowest price out of Pembroke, and we'd like to proceed with the project. The pressure tanks are very, very important component of the process, for the treatment process. So the old tank is quite dated. It's from the 50s, so it's time to replace it. So we'd like to, with council's direction, we'd like to proceed with the project.
Questions? Reeve-Rigier?
Can you just clarify for me, Steve, please? What's the difference between the 88,000 and the 98,000? What am I missing?
Well, the 98,000 includes HST.
Oh, Gotcha.
And then we get a portion back.
Thank you, yes, of course. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Steve, am I right? The first tank lasted 70 years?
Yes. Yeah. This one's showing one area that it's lost about 25%. Without the pressure tank, there's no water in the distribution system. So
And it has a projected life of 40 years? Yeah. So please tell me we're buying the exact same tank again?
no. No.
No?
No. No.
This one really will be 40 years?
Well, I think it'll last longer than that.
So this is what's screwing up Sean's AMP. These kinds of details. Anyway, okay. 70 years. Good work.
That was a good tank when you understand what it's actually come through since it's been installed in like 48. Councillor Mackay, you have your hand up? No? No. Okay. Anyone else? I have a question. Now, a year or two, just after this council started, there was projects that were slated. Is this that project that we're
Yes.
finally getting to?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so there's nothing else coming down the pipe pretty soon. Okay, thank you. No other questions? Call for a vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we move on to 6.5, Cobden Water Treatment Plant Filter. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region direct staff and Ontario Clean Water Agency to investigate further options to either replace or refurbish conventional filter number 1 at the Cobden Water Treatment Plant following submission of reimbursement prices which far exceed budget allowances. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor Nicholson. Thank you. And this goes back to Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, on our behalf, the Ontario Clean Water Agency has put out a tender for costing for this project. This is a very complex project. The costing has come in far beyond what we anticipated. COVID has something to do with that. I'm not sure. We would like at this point to just keep on looking for alternatives because it could be more value for the money if we actually forget about refinishing this and look at a brand new filter. So we want to keep investigating, and that's that's what we'd like to do with this one. It takes a lot of planning, strategic planning, and a lot of engineering. It's either way, whether you're refinishing or replacing. It's very complex.
So what's the time frame? Like, is this coming up in the near future, or do we have to do it yesterday?
We'd like to look at this for future budgets.
So possibly 23 or 24?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, good to know. Any other questions? Councillor McLaughlin?
So Steve, is this filter system, this is the backup for
Yes.
the system that there is now?
Yes, it used to be the primary filter.
Yeah, no,
Yeah. Now it's the backup.
Now, the primary, we have a primary system.
Yep.
Which is online, and this is the backup system.
Yeah, they exercise it, they use it periodically.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that part of it, but, yeah, I don't know, like you say, if we could find some kind of an alternative.
Yeah, we'd like to keep looking.
Something, that's an awful lot of money to invest in a backup
Yeah.
system. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, the only concern, Steve, like I think I can appreciate, the only concern is how long do we wait? And do we paint ourselves into a corner
Yeah.
with, now the only option left is we have to replace it?
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check. When does this come back to us for an update? Would it be part of the budget cycle for 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this will be a highlighted item?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Correct.
Any other questions? Seeing none? Oh,
Blaine?
Blaine?
I was just going to add that we directed Aqua to come back this fall to come up with a plan. Because when we started looking at high level is to even fit one into the building, where the doors are and where that primary one is. So they're working with their internal engineers and come out with a plan and then also pricing. So hoping back this fall and then definitely come back for the budget.
Great, yeah, because that's, with the amount of pricing we're seeing here, it definitely needs to be budgeted somehow. I guess that's a lot of money, but nonetheless, we need safe drinking water, so. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we move on to 6.6, Memorandum of Understanding with McNabb Braeside. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the entering into a Memorandum of Understanding with the Township of McNabb Braeside, demonstrating their interest in diverting all curbside collection waste to an anticipated waste processing facility within McNabb Braeside. Motion and seconder, please. Reeve Regier and Councillor Nicholson. And this goes to Lane, please.
Actually, I'll take that one, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, I jumped ahead. It is Steve, thanks.
Thank you. So December 15th, staff brought forward a memorandum of understanding. McNabb Braeside is looking at, as you're aware, siting a sustained technology facility. We asked for a little more. At that meeting, council wished to have a little more information. So we have another memorandum of understanding in front of you, and we're not entering into any agreements per se. It's just showing our interest that we have an interest in diverting an undetermined amount of waste or curbside collected waste to this facility if and when it transpires. So it's just showing our interest.
Great, thanks. It would be change, and we all know some of our residents don't like change, but hopefully that's a while away. Any questions? Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, no, I've done some reading about this after that presentation from the mayor. I can't remember. Peckett. And just looking at the number of times that I have to put stuff in the garbage versus recycling, and then acknowledging what goes into the recycling container that probably just gets siphoned into the garbage at some point in time because it's not recyclable or isn't effective to be recycled. I don't think this is something we can avoid. Like, I think we need to go down this road. I'm curious though. He did a presentation to County Council. What was the feeling like of the 17 partners?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody is certainly in favor and looking at that for sure. Yeah.
Even though it might cause some conflict with LV?
I'm sorry,
with
who?
their landfill at LV?
Landfill at LB, I'm not familiar with that one. Their
Recycle.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, at this point in time, I mean, everybody was certainly interested in it, certainly just as we are. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I agree with a lot at the county that this is where we're probably going to have to go in the future. This is probably going to be the way of the future. But I mean, those would be all logistics that will have to be worked out eventually. But as far as county, there was definitely an interest there, for sure.
No, I'm wholeheartedly behind this. I think
Yeah.
we need to investigate it and
Yeah.
really consider it. I'm in support. So thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
Not only that, it extends the life of our current landfill and our neighbor's landfill, because now you're only dealing with large items, et cetera, and brush and whatever. So yeah, it monetarily could mean a lot for us, because we all know the cost of trying to look for a new landfill is astronomical. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we move on to 6.7, Tender 2022-07 sand screening. Recommendation that the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the award tender of 2020-07 sanding screen to Buchanan Sand and Gravel at a cost of $32,970.24, inclusive of non-refundable HST. Motion and a seconder, please. Reeve Regier and Councillor Mackay. And this goes to Lane, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mainly the township tenders for winter sand. We do, that comes from our pit located at 1033 Government Road. We received 3 bids, and McKenzie Sand and Gravel was the lowest bid. There's a note that the pricing from last year, that we all know that inflation, the price was 27% higher than last year's pricing. And we do have some in inventory from last year, and any remaining winter sand will be put into inventory for the next winter season. Thank you.
That's quite an increase. We can assume it's fuel. So, any questions? Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, just house cleaning, it's actually 2022, and the recommendation is 2022-07?
Is that the name of the actual tender? Is that the number of the
Just
tender?
in the recommendation.
Or is that a typo? So it is the actual, right, 2020?
It's 2022.
2022, apologize.
07, okay.
Yeah. Just a typo.
So clerk will take note.
And I'm in favor, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. So now we'll move on to 6.8, tender 2022-08, gravel crushing. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the award tender of 2021-24 gravel crushing to 902474 Ontario Limited. Do all construction at a cost of $125,775.36, inclusive of non-refundable HST. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor Nicholson. Back to Lane, please.
And again, I guess with that typo in this, I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure if it was myself or it's tender 2022-08. The gravel we tender manually for the crushing. This year, during the operating budget, we have 12.05 kilometers of gravel road that's listed in the project in the report. And additionally to the gravel road, we also put the gravel that we use for our 3 projects of Zion Line, Papin, and Sturgeon Mountain. Most of this inventory, we always try to have inventory ahead, just to do the timeline of actually the months that you can actually crush, the timing we actually start doing projects. As noted in that this year we've already completed Zion Line, and we're just starting a Papin next week, and the rest of the gravel that's not used will be put in inventory and brought will be used next season. Thank you.
Next season or emergencies?
That's correct.
Yeah. Any questions? Councillor McLaughlin.
So Elaine, what is the increase from last year to this year? Our projected budget? I assume it didn't fall into what we had projected to spend?
That I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, no, that's fine. Just a question. I understand and I understand everything, the costs have all increased. Everything is increased in cost. I wondered if you had that one. I mean, you had the one on sand, and I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I just wondered where those increases are and how are we thinking we're going to fulfill those commitments? Where do they fit in our budget?
Sean, can you answer that? Sean?
Well, I can answer it to a certain extent. So just so we're clear on how the treatment of it works. So we purchase so we have the operating budget that has X amount that we're going to spend in the year for operations. When we pay for this doesn't hit our operating budget until the gravel is put on the road. So we're actually think of it as if we're purchasing like a truck. It's not a capital item, but it's going into inventory, which means it's still an asset to us, and then that will get weighted with the amount that we have there already, And then when that gets used on the road, that will hit our budget. So it's not as if this price is more than what we budgeted for, it'll be the actual gravel that we use on our roads, when it hits our roads, that will get put into our operating budget. Again, probably clear as mud, but that's where we're at.
Councillor McLaughlin?
No, just to say thank you very much, Sean. I think that's probably cleared up a bit of the mud for me. So I appreciate that. I'm following how it's working, so I apologize if I put somebody on the spot.
Yeah, and sorry, I believe it's around 49% higher than last year. I had it in a different.
So I guess as we get closer to the end of or maybe the next quarter, we'll have a fairly good idea if fuel prices are affecting us or not.
Yeah, and sorry, and just to add what the Sean provided, that most of this gravel, some of it will be used for next year. Because we do have gravel that's in the report for this year. So most of the gravel will be for the projects, and a lot of for the gravel roads will be used from last year's pricing for budgeted, and then we budget for next year. This would the price that we have.
All going to filter down. Councillor Nicholson.
Triggered two questions for me, Lane. The first one is just the $100,000 that we allocate for gravel road. Is that all actual gravel, or does that include other operating costs to maintain those roads?
That'll be just for the actual gravel. Wouldn't include staff time or.
Perfect. And the other one is, it just kind of shocked me when it said 30,000 tons. Is that right? Yeah, 30,000 tons.
Yeah.
For one year stockpile. How many tons do we have available? Like, is this when do we run out of gravel?
So this is purchased from various bits around the area, and we do try to work with different various pits. This year we tried to go back to a pit that was used a few years before. It turned out that their quality wouldn't meet our specs, so we go back to the same ones last year. Yeah, so basically, as long as if the local pits will allow us. To my knowledge, just working with our public works group, my colleagues in different municipalities, that this is probably, I think we were the only municipality that actually buy gravel from a pit and then crush it ourselves. Most times they'll purchase it and then also have them haul it to. So they're the cost savings. It works out to be there's cost savings, but 25 to 40% cheaper by doing it ourselves.
And that's because we have the gravel here in our boundaries?
That's correct.
And the supply, I know it's not endless, but it's not a concern for us in the next 25 years?
Not at the time, no.
Good, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Olmsted?
We just asked that whenever you call for a vote, just reread the recommendation, please, with the proper, just for semantic reasons, the proper tender number.
With the right number? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll look to the clerk then. Is that 2022-24? Oh, sorry. Yes, on the other ones. Okay. Okay, I can do that. Anything else? Seeing none, I'll reread the recommendation. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the award of tender 2022-08 gravel crushing to 902474 Ontario Limited, do all construction at a cost of $125,775.36, inclusive of non-refundable HST. And we already have our motion and our seconder, so at this time I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to tenders 2022-09 and -10. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region 1, award the tender of 2022-09 Pappen Road Surfacing, Option A, to Greenwood Paving Limited at a cost of $162,282.13, inclusive of non-refundable HST. And 2, award the tender 2022-10 Sturgeon Mountain Road surfacing, option B, to Greenwood Paving Limited, Pembroke Limited, at a cost of $333,977.79, inclusive of non-refundable HST. Motion and seconder, please. Rebrigier and Councillor Olmsted? No, sorry, Councillor Nicholson, sorry. Come back to Lane, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the township released 2 tenders, one for Papin Road and one for Sturgeon Mountain separately. Each tender had 2 options. One was to supply and install DST, and then option B was to supply hot mix asphalt. Additionally, the staff had the 3 roads, including Zion Line. We had hired a firm to do geotechnical on the road, just to confirm if the base was sufficient, and recommendation on what surface type would be required on that would based on base material and based on traffic type and quantity. Both tenders closed. With only a few tenders. The geotech provided our recommendations if we went to asphalt on Sturgeon Mountain Road, just based on the local pit and the farming community and surrounding. They suggested 2 lifts of asphalt, then also waited, and also to wait 1 or 2 years to place the final lift to allow any settlement, it would be fixed before final lift. They also recommended that Sturgeon Mountain be a seasonal, a spring seasonal load restriction. That right now staff are not recommending, because of the bylaw 1203-532, which provides the bylaw provide spring load restriction, except for Sturgeon Mountain and Anderson, that was provided in 2012. Staff are recommending Papin to be resurfaced with DST, and then also with Sturgeon Mountain to be done with hot mix. 1 lift would be placed right now, and then if in future budgets we would provide the 2nd lift. Thank you.
So the second lift then, should that be done in the next year?
The recommendation was...
Well, I'm thinking because of the truck traffic.
Yeah, based on Gemtech's report is 1 to 2 years, so we would provide it next year.
Work that into the next year's budget and then go from there. Any other questions? Councillor McLaughlin?
Yeah, so I did, now maybe I'm wrong, but that's a difference of $288,210 difference between DST and asphalt. Is that correct?
Sorry, yeah.
So is that 2 lifts of when you did the calculation? Would that be double surface treat? Like that would be 2 lifts?
Yes, it would. Yeah. So the tender for Sturgeon Mountain had option A was for 2 lifts, like 2 applications of DST, but also then option B provided with the price came in at $370,000. That was for 2. That price included the provisional item of 2 lifts, but staff are only recommending to go with option B, which consists of 1 lift, and that price comes in at $196,000.
And what was the reasoning of that staff? And I think maybe I missed what you were saying, Lane. Out quiet, you're going to go with the double surface, or not the double surface street, but the asphalt?
Yeah, just based on vehicle type, and the amount of traffic that's on the road, mostly with vehicle type. With the local pit that's there, in additional to the farming community around, talking to Gemtech, which is the geotech engineers, they provided that the life expectancy of that road wouldn't last as long versus hot mix. And also, sorry, and also talking to the local pit, they pull out all the full tonnage of their licensed pit in the spring. So they provided, it's plucking about 1,000 loads out of that pit in the spring. And then with Gemtech's recommendation that they provided that their DST would not last as long.
So what I'm gathering is that road is exempt to half load restrictions, is that correct?
That's correct, from the bylaw, yeah.
I knew, so that's the part of Sturgeon Mountain from the Zine line to the Beachburg Road, that's what's exempt?
That's correct.
Okay. So once you get to the Zine line, you've got to go the other way if you're going to haul stuff.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
Like
that's
you
correct.
You can't go towards design line, because once you hit the design line, none of the design line is exempt, is it?
No, it's not. Zine line and the other portion of Sturgeon Mountain has the spring load restrictions on it.
Okay. Okay. And if I'm, maybe you could correct me, but I think there's only 4 or 5 houses on that road. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's only a few residents on the road. It's more about the actual.
It's more the pit than anything?
That and the farming community around. Talking to the pit owner and also to the farm, like the farm, and that's the grain facility. Talking to them, and they were talking about spring loads and that, and they use all year round, and making it a spring restricted road would affect their business.
Well, as long as we have a good reason, because we decided we'd do Jeffrey Lake Road in DST rather than asphalt, and there's a pile of houses on that road. So I'll stop at that.
Yeah, and if I can just add, sorry.
No.
With the Jeffrey Lake Road, the recommendation from the geotech, which is actually the same geotech for this, provided that the base wasn't adequate for hot mix, that reason. But in this case, actually the road was adequate.
Okay. Councillor McKay.
On that Sturgeon Lake Road or Sturgeon Mountain Road, I used to have a farm down there. That road always chews up. Well, you know that. And it always washes out. That's a really bad road. And even if you put chip and dip on it, it just falls apart. And McGregor's used that road quite a bit too.
Sometimes all year.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, there's a lot of truck traffic on that road, so it makes sense to pave it. Any other questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Just going back into history books, this is prior to Lane, but didn't we have a proposal in my first year where we were going to gravel that road?
Yes, so the manager at the time looked at a number of roads, Sarah Priscilla, part of Garden of Eden, and this road that had deteriorated to a point that we couldn't keep up with potholes. And the recommendation was that DST was not appropriate for those roads. So council at the time supported bringing Sarah Priscilla and that part of Garden of Eden down to gravel, but this road was subject to patching, and the patching has not held after 2 years. So I think the asset management plan and council and staff in the coming years will have to decide which road should be gravel, which road should be DST, which road should be paved. And you'll see some movement in either direction, and traffic counts, understanding of getting geotechnical expertise, traffic types, businesses on those should be the marker here. But obviously DST is not appropriate, hasn't lasted, and is not a good investment because it's not even lasting. And the other thing that this township and other townships are going to have to start doing is putting on third lifts for DST. There's no point in doing DST if you don't do the third lift. And then you got to do the cost benefit analysis of the cost of those 3 lifts versus actual paving. So it was the start of a conversation, but based on the truck traffic and the traffic type here, that's why staff has done the due diligence with geotech to support going with pavement.
No, I like the approach. Sorry, Mayor. I like the approach, and I think with this AMP, Asset Management Plan, we're starting to see DST can cost us more, even though it's attractive because we can afford it in the year, but we can't afford to maintain it, and then we can't afford to replace it. So I think I like this approach. I'm looking forward to being able to apply it to a broader spectrum there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Dr. Councillor Nicholson, that road always washes out too. It's a real steep hill, and it washes out every year with, even washes out a bit with the double surface street, but when it's just gravel, it just washes away.
Yeah, and it freeze and thaw has a problem there in the wintertime because it doesn't get the afternoon sun. So it gets the morning sun, then it starts to melt, and then it starts to freeze early. Anything else? Any other? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we move on to item 6.10, Foresters Falls Multi-Use Pathway Project Award. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the township's portion of the County of Renfrew's tender PWC-2022-07, rehabilitation of County Road 7, Foresters Falls Road, Option 1, Part B, at a cost of $252,870.06, including non-refundable HST. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Olmsted, Councillor Mackay, thank you. Back to Lane, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a further report that we had on May 4th. The County of Renfrew tendered out PWC 22-07, and their bid came back. The bids came back 44% higher than what their estimate was in their budget. Back in May 4th, if you recall, that there was 2 options for configuration. One was the multi-use pathway on one side, and also the one alternating on both sides, on one side, then alternating onto the next side. With the tender pricing that came back, staff feel that the proceeding was the option A, Part B, that would have the multi-use pathway alternate, so it would switch halfway through the urban area of Forster Falls, and wouldn't require any pole replacement, which would be a cost savings of approximately $130,000. Maybe if Cameron can show the map showing the configuration right at the end. The tender also provided a provisional item, if it's shown in the red section, of replacing that section of sidewalk. It came in at 93,000, and staff at this time are not recommending it, just to do with budget. The overall sidewalk in that section it is in good condition. And would allow that the multi-use pathway would be built. And seeing from my experience, when the multi-use pathway, most of the pedestrians use the multi-use pathway versus the actual sidewalk, from my experience. This project was designed and also will be looked after by the County of Renfrew for the township. The budget price was $242,000, but speaking of the tender prices were 44% higher than the county's estimate. The actual construction was a little over $248,000, and then adding in the PXO cost, the price has came up to $317,000. And the 22 budget had this project being funded by OCF reserves. From that, there's two projects. The Surgeon Mountain project was also being funded by OCF, and it was approximately about $300,000 after that project. So it's about a 17% shortfall. Yeah, and if you show it on the map, so it will be provided in the first section in yellow with multi-use pathway. So it's a 3-meter asphalt pathway, and then change halfway through at Howard Street, and then cross over towards the by the post office and the ball diamond. I speak to the last meeting. This project only goes towards the actual dam, and then future county projects, the dam project, and then further on, County Road 7 will be done at a later date.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned a shortfall. How are we going to cover that? Do we know?
That will be brought back. For now, it would be maybe if the treasurer can answer that.
Yeah, the intent would be to cover through the capital reinvestment reserve, which that's the reason that a reserve exists. Sorry, I'm getting messed up with my words. But yeah, we have funds in that reserve to cover that shortfall.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councillor Nicholson.
I just wanted to make sure, the PXO, we didn't put a PXO in there already? It's not like, we did Beachburg and Westmeath, right? And Cobden?
That's correct. Yeah.
So this is an additional one?
This will be additional one.
And is this installed by our staff, or will it be installed by county?
The bases will be installed part of the project, but the actual poles and the actual flashers will be installed by a separate contractor.
Subcontractor. Yeah. Okay, and will there be another PXO required for any extension along the county road?
Potentially, I could see, because the actual ball diamond's on the opposite side of it. I could see a future PXO required.
And just to clarify, any extension of that road work, the green line on the map, that's a county expense? That's a shoulder widening?
There'd be a shoulder widening.
Or hard shoulders, I guess is a better word. But the PXO would be our responsibility, or would it be theirs?
It'd be ours, yeah.
Okay, so there's a potential future cost there. Okay, good, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor McLaughlin.
Just looking at this lane, and I see the asphalt, and I think that's going just before Harriet Street to Howard Street. Is that correct? If I'm reading this.
So the section is from, so the section is from the urban boundary. Will be on the north side, and it'll come to.
It comes to Harriet.
It could come to Howard Street, and then it'll cross over.
Okay, my question, at present, do you know if it's asphalt or is it concrete pavement?
So right now it's a mixture all through there. A lot of it is a 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk, and then there's also a 1.5 meter boulevard.
Yes, yes.
Which is asphalt.
Yes.
So actually it's both.
So, but is the whole thing going to be asphalt now?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the intent of the actual boulevard being asphalt is not to have grass, I think, in that area. So it was paved instead of putting grass. I think that was the intent.
No, I'm just worried about if we're taking concrete sidewalk and turning it back to asphalt. That, in my mind, is going backwards. I understand the portion of the boulevard, and I understand all that. I just don't quite understand why we would take actual sidewalk and concrete sidewalk and turn it to asphalt.
Yeah, and that's a very good question. A lot of the, like typically a sidewalk, like 1.5 to 2 meters would be done in concrete. But typically anything over like a multi-use pathway of 3 meters, typically we've seen in Renfrew County and even the city of Ottawa is asphalt, just due to this very, like the size of the actual platform. But you're right that typically a sidewalk is done in concrete.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, do the residents know this is what's going to happen?
So part of the next steps would be to have a PIC, and then in talking to the county, this project does not warrant a PIC for them, but staff will be having a PIC in July, just updating the residents of what's happening with the county project and also with the township's portion.
You know, I don't have any problems as long as the public are going to have some information before we move forward with this project. I understand the costs have gotten out of hand. I can see that point, but also I want the public to realize that this is what's going to happen. I don't want a fiasco like happened in Cobden when the public didn't realize what was happening until it was pretty well over. So as long as you're going to have a public meeting and the people have an input and realize, I guess we have to deal with what we can do.
Yeah, and staff wanted to wait. This was with the two options. We weren't sure what would be the preferred option, and also with being a county project, we want to make sure that that's going ahead with the county, which their staff are recommending on June 29th. And then once we know that, we'll be sending letters out, and then have a meeting in Forster Falls in July, stating that that's going ahead with the project. With Greenwood, it was the lowest bidder for the county, and their schedule is starting in August.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Olmsted?
Sorry, just so I'm clear here, and I'm sorry I had to step out for a second. So there'll be a sidewalk on one side only, active transportation lane on the other side only. Correct?
That is correct, yeah, it'll be alternating. So it will have, on one side, it'll be a 3-meter pathway, asphalt pathway. Then on the opposite side, we'll have 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk.
Yeah, and it'll be a concrete sidewalk on one side.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Does that mean then it'll be easier for parking then on the main street in some places?
The actual location of it will be behind the curb, so it won't change any of the existing street configuration.
Okay, thanks. Councillor McLachlan?
Now after listening to what Councillor Olmsted said, is there one side, like, is there concrete sidewalk on one side of the road from Howard to Harriet Street, or is that going to be just asphalt? I'm having a hard time. I'm looking at mine. Maybe I should be looking.
Yeah. Yeah. So on one side, we'll have the showing on the map. So from the town limits to to Howard Street. The south side will be a multi-use pathway. On the north side, it'll be a 1.5 meter concrete. After Howard Street, it's the actual multi-use pathway is on the north side, and then it'll be a brand new sidewalk on the south side, as showing in the map.
So there's concrete sidewalk on one side, pathway on the other, and then it flips because of the poles halfway through. So there's sidewalk on one side and pathway on the other throughout the downtown of Forster's Falls.
So,
Yeah.
I apologize. I didn't quite understand. As long as there's concrete on one side of the whole distance, and I understand it's flipping back and forth, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, no.
Also, too, your
I
hydro,
got confused.
your hydro was on the side that is the pathway and not where the sidewalk is, so there's the change there too, or difference. I'm not sure if they're changing poles or what they're doing. Okay.
Yeah, with this configuration, won't be the poles will stay where they are. Yeah, and with with the boulevard and the concrete how it is now, it's a prime candidate to take out the two surfaces and make one surface altogether. But you're right that on the other side of the road, it will have a boulevard, and then which is just a boulevard, it's not used for walking, and then there'll be a 1.5 meter concrete, which is good for walking. Yeah, and sorry, and then the intent of this project, why staff are proposing a multi-use pathway, is to bring through the actual transportation through the rural section, which is a hardened surface. But once it comes through the urban section, that the multi-use pathway can be used, then through the urban section, then goes back to the rural section, which staff will push the county to harden surface as per the active transportation plan.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. 6.11, Rapid Road Livestock Culvert. That the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region direct staff to include for consideration in the 2023 budget process the livestock culvert replacement in the vicinity of 415 Rapid Road. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Lachlan and seconder, Councillor Nicholson. Thank you. This goes back to Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the May 18th meeting, Councillor Nicholson provided a motion to staff look into the culvert near 450 Rapid Road, which is used for livestock. It's one of the unique culverts we have in our township, which is not really used for drainage, but more for crossing livestock. The landlord at 415 Rapid Road owns, as shown on the map, they own both sides of Rapid Road, and they actually use a 6-foot culvert to move cattle from one side to the other. Talking to the owner, his father purchased property in the 1950s, then placed a wooden crib structure in the 1960s until it was placed in 1989 when Rapid Road got widened in that section. Staff searched all the former Westmeath bylaws and couldn't find any bylaws or minutes with regarding this culvert. The current condition showing in the photos that it's in poor condition. The bottom section has been rotten out, and which staff has brought gravel for the farmer for the last 10 to 12 years. And mistaken, there's actually a mistake in the report that Councillor Nicholson pointed out. So the actual culvert that is estimated to be is 30,000, not 230,000. I apologize for that. The actual cost of the culvert is about 18,000, just due to for the size of the culvert. And with hiring a excavator and materials, the cost of the project would be about 30,000 to replace, and staff are recommending providing it in future budgets for the replacement. Thank you.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. 6.12, Renfrew County ATV Club, Route 47. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the Memorandum of Understanding with the Renfrew County ATV Club. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor Olmsted. Thank you. Back to Lane, please.
Thank you. This is my last report of the afternoon. Yeah, the Renfrew County ATV Club asked the township to enter a MOU to provide a new trail, which they're calling a Route 47, which would connect the Algonquin Trail to Acres Road to the boat launch. And I think it's and to connect the CN line, which is now. Staff reviewed it and just made a few changes that some of this is county road that they're into, and staff provided that the club enters into the same agreement with the county, and just for a formality that we enter into a memorandum, because as per the bylaw that off-road vehicles in Whitewater region can use our roads. So staff is approving that we go ahead and enter into the MOU. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, it's related to your topic, Lane, but probably not in your wheelhouse. When they did the presentation to us, they talked about doing advertising signs, and I think, was it like a wayfinding or something like that? I can't remember. Is that still being considered by other staff, or is that, can we speak to that at all?
I think the active transportation file is going to find a permanent home in the manager of Public Works, since we don't have a manager of recreation anymore. Yes, so I think in partnership with the other wonderful things we're working on from an active transportation standpoint, the next CAO and the manager will be in regular contact with the ATV club. My understanding, that signage they're looking to put in the vicinity of Beachburg. But this is just one step of hopefully a good partnership with the ATV club.
Awesome. I just wanted to make sure it was still on the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Can we? 4:15 for a break?
Yeah, and then can we extend the meeting too, because
And then we'll extend the meeting at that time?
we only have 3 hours.
Yep. Okay. 6.13, Memorandum of Understanding with Whitewater, Ontario. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve entering into a Memorandum of Understanding with Whitewater, Ontario with regard to necessary due diligence prior to proceeding with the public access point to the Whitewater portion of the Ottawa River in the vicinity of McCoy and Grant Settlement Roads. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor Nicholson. This goes to Rob, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll recall that this item came to council a few times, and the last direction was to proceed with an MOU. Should be very clear that the MOU requires due diligence on the part of Whitewater, Ontario, before the township considers opening a public access point kind of across from McCoy Road. So in keeping with the previous report, the MOU speaks to all the elements of due diligence that were previously noted, and they would have 24 months to complete that due diligence before council would consider proceeding with the project. So basically, it just outlines the requirements that we have of them so we can proceed if this project is viable. So no work on site can be done until such time the due diligence is complete. They have to secure funding, preliminary funding, in the amount of $150,000. They must do all the necessary site plan surveying and engineering work to demonstrate access, egress, parking, turnaround, confirmation of insurance coverage, and the submission of a risk mitigation plan that's suitable to our insurer and our legal counsel, as well as a draft operating plan showing how the site would be constructed, maintained, and operated for a 10-year period. So what this does is just kind of confirm those requirements of each party, that the township still wants to work with Whitewater, Ontario, but there's some work they have to do before we proceed. And this has been reviewed by our legal counsel. I should also note that in the meantime, the other parties that are interested in access to the Whitewater portion of the river, the two entities, Owl Rafting and Wilderness Tours, have confirmed that they've entered into a mutual agreement, and continued public access, or free access, I should say, is being provided to access in and access out. So regardless of that, what this agreement does is ensure that the access point continues to be on the table, and that Whitewater, Ontario is going to do the due diligence before a tree is cut and before we turn that road allowance into an access point. So this is in keeping with council's previous direction and starts the clock on the 2-year period.
Questions? Councillor McLaughlin?
I'll direct it to the CAO. I read some of the recommendations, so that recommendations would allow us to put our emergency vehicles on that road allowance.
So yes, so the engineering and the survey work would ensure, and the site plan work would deal with access and egress, including emergency services. So they would have to do that due diligence, show that they can achieve that.
Thank you. That answers one of my biggest concerns.
Thank you. Anything else? Councillor Umstead?
Yeah, we did discuss there's other routes, other possible routes as well. Would it be advisable to include that in the recommendation? I know that provincial park that's down there, with the possibility of maybe open, and I don't know.
That's landlocked.
Well, I think there's a road allowance that actually goes down the same as this one, I believe.
Not to my knowledge.
Just in terms of working with Whitewater, Ontario, this is the specific parcel that they've shown an interest in. Although Mr. Didburner wants access to his lot for logging purposes, and there's a line on a map. The line on the map might not be an unopened road allowance, and is longer and has different terrain. So I know from a Whitewater, Ontario perspective, they've put all their energy in this site, and this agreement speaks to that site. If in their due diligence phase they find that they can't make this work and they have another proposal for council, well, they can come forward at that time. But this just locks them into the due diligence on this site at this time. It does not prevent the township of exploring other opportunities with other providers and other locations, but for Whitewater, Ontario, this is in keeping with what they've looked at.
Does that help?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Seeing none? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 6.14, purchase request, Union Cemetery Road.
Mr. Mayor, there's
Yes.
a replacement motion. I don't know if I can read it out, and I provided to council via email, just since we've heard from the second owner.
I know I had it, so you go ahead. and read that,
Okay.
please.
The Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approved proceeding with the process to stop up, close, and sell a portion of the Union Cemetery Road allowance for those lands abutting 16453 and 16464 Highway 17, former Township of Ross, with the benefiting landowners responsible for all costs, including legal, survey, registration, and advertising.
Motion and seconder, please. Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Mackay. And who does this go to, Rob?
I'll take it, Mr. Mayor, and acknowledge that Carmen's been working with both property owners. There was a report back in 2017 when Country Kitchen was in existence. If you refer to Janet Collins' report, they were seeking to purchase what's identified in sketch number 1 as parcel 2. And the recommendation from staff at the time and endorsed by council would be that we would only proceed to selling and stopping up 2 if item 1 would also be addressed. And what that would do is not hinder our ability to access the rest of the road, including the cemetery, via number 3. So instead of the municipal road having 2 entrances, we would have 1, and then the former Country Kitchen establishment would have additional parking, and we wouldn't hinder access and egress for parcel 1. So the owner of number 2, the former Country Kitchen, approached us and wants to proceed. We told them we're not proceeding unless number 1's in, and Carmen has heard from the other owner who's interested in his part. So what this revised recommendation allows us to do is proceed with the formal process to stop up, close, and sale to those 2 individuals. They would pay for the survey work, and what that means is we wouldn't be maintaining kind of the first laneway coming out of Cobden, but the road would continue with the second into where the cemetery is and the turnaround. So items 1 and 2 would be sold to the respective owners of those 2 properties that access through there, and then they would be responsible for all costs, survey work, legal, registration, and the advertisement that's necessary as part of the sale of road allowances. So this in no way this would mean that we would maintain a smaller piece of this, would help that future business hopefully get additional parking and not affect the access and egress of the abutting landowner. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Okay, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. So we said we'd take break at 4:15, it's now 4:16, so we'll take a 30-minute break, please. Get a motion to extend? A motion by Councillor Nicholson and seconded by Reeve Rigier that we extend indefinitely?
3 weeks.
We're gonna try 7 p.m. How's that? And we may have to order in. All right, thank you. So please turn off your mics, please. Thank you. Welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region Regular Council meeting. It is 4:47 p.m. and we're going to item 4.3, which is zoning bylaw amendment, and we'll turn it over to Ivan.
Yeah, thanks so much. So I'll just quickly read through a planner's statement, and then I'll invite Alex Benzies from the County of Renfrew to make presentation relating to 3 applications here. So just a planner's statement. If any person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Whitewater Region before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Council of the Township of Whitewater Region to the Ontario Land Tribunal. The person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing if an appeal before the tribunal, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to do so. Under Section 3411 of the Planning Act, if Council decides to refuse an application or refuses or neglects to make a decision on an application within 120 days of the municipal clerk receiving the application, the applicant or Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing may appeal to the tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. And lastly, Section 3419 of the Planning Act states that not later than 20 days after giving notice of the passing of the bylaw, the applicant, any person or public body who made oral submission at the public meeting or made written submission to Council before the bylaw was passed may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. So maybe if I could, I will just quickly introduce Alex Benzies as a planner with the County of Renfrew. We also have Bruce Howarth, the manager of planning with the County of Renfrew, in the back corner there to assist with the presentation of the applications. So we have before Council 3 applications. The official plan amendment number 34. That official plan amendment relates to our growth study, so the results of our growth study, which is proposing to direct village boundary adjustments in around Cobden. The Bennett Meadows subdivision. So we also have Matt Naismith, second to my left here, if you could lift your hand, Matt, representative of Bonashear Excavating and Corporate, who could potentially speak to that. We also, I think, have Tyler Duval at the back left side from JL Richards, the consulting firm working with BEI on this application. And then they've also filed the zoning bylaw amendment specific to the lands that are part of that plan of subdivision, the application, which is the 3rd application. So maybe I'll pass it over to you, Alex, and you can go ahead with your presentation. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, Ivan, for that introduction, and thank you, Mayor Moore and members of council for having me today. As Ivan mentioned, my name's Alex Benzie, and I'm a county planner with the County of Renfrew, and I am here today to talk about these 3 interrelated applications. So we can go to the next slide. And I'm going to get my computer to work. So the main purpose of this meeting today is to gather feedback from the public, and to facilitate that discussion and to kick it off, I'm going to present the background context on these 3 applications that Ivan read out. I'm then going to talk about some of the agency and public comments that we've received thus far, and then I'll conclude with a slide on next steps. So first is official plan amendment number 34, or OPA 34 for short. And this is an application to amend the County of Renfrew official plan, and it was submitted to the county by the Township of Whitewater Region. And the amendment proposes to extend and amend the settlement area of the village of Cobden, and the intent of the application is to increase the supply of vacant land in the township to accommodate its projected needs for employment areas and to reposition the residential land supply. And so the changes, I think, are best kind of depicted visually. So we've got this map on the screen here. And so first, to accommodate the employment uses, the township is proposing to expand the settlement area. I realize I'm just talking closely to the mic. If I talk here, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. I'm like, I'm really echoey. Okay. So yes, the red areas, so the township is proposing to expand the settlement area here by redesignating 20.18 hectares of land on the north and south ends of Cobden from rural or waterfront exception 2 to village community exception 7. So at the south you have parcels E1, and then at the north parcels E4 and E5 on either side of Highway 17. And the purpose of the exception of the designation is to limit the use of these lands to commercial. And then secondly, to better accommodate residential development, the township is proposing to adjust the southwest end of the town boundary by swapping 39.57 hectares of land, which is shown in yellow. So that hatched area, parcel R7, is proposed to be removed from the village boundary. So right now it's designated village community and it's proposed to be redesignated to rural. And then the non-hatched light yellow areas, that's where the lands are going to be proposed to be added. So that's R1. And that would be a redesignation from rural to village community. So now in terms of how the application supports the provincial policy statement, or the PPS, the PPS has a number of core policies relating to the planning for and accommodation of growth and new development, which is central to this proposal. So I mentioned settlement areas before. I just wanted to quickly explain what that means. There are urban areas and rural settlement areas within municipalities, including villages and hamlets like Cobden. And these are places where municipalities are to focus growth and development. And the land use patterns within settlement areas are to efficiently use land and infrastructure and public service facilities available and avoid the need for any unjustified or uneconomical expansion. They must also support different modes of transportation. So both the PPS and the County of Renfrew official plan set out requirements for municipalities when an expansion or amendment to the settlement area boundary is proposed. To expand the boundary, a comprehensive review must be undertaken. And to amend the boundary, no net increase in land is permitted, and the municipality must demonstrate that the lands to be added to are appropriately serviced. So we can go to the next slide now. So in fulfillment of that, in 2020, the township contracted WSP, a consultant, to conduct the comprehensive review, and that was a study called the Growth Study Report. And that study involved projecting future population and employment growth, and then an assessment of the land available within the township to accommodate that growth. And it was found that there is sufficient land for residential growth, but there is insufficient land for employment. So the changes to the boundary that are proposed in the OPA, they reflect, they're meant to implement the findings that are in that report. In addition, the township provided a letter to the county for the residential boundary adjustment, and the letter indicated that water and sewer systems are available on Astrolabe Road, and that the Cobden water treatment plant and wastewater treatment plants have reserve capacity to accommodate the projected growth. So that brings us to the second application. This is a plan of subdivision called Bennett Meadows, and it was submitted, as Ivan mentioned, to the County of Renfrew by Bonisher Excavating Inc. The proposal involves 50 residential units in the form of semi-detached and multi-attached units, as well as a new street and a block for stormwater management. So the lands are located at the southeast end of Cobden. They're in the R1 parcel that we saw on that other map. They're also currently split designated village community and rural in the County of Renfrew official plan, and they're zoned parks and open space in the Cobden zoning bylaw and rural in the Ross zoning bylaw. And so in support of the application, the applicant submitted a number of plans, studies, and reports that they're listed there in the slide. And then the next two slides, I just included some images of the proposed subdivision. So the outline in blue, that's the proposed plan of subdivision. You'll see on the north, just before that, just to orient ourselves, the southwestern end, that's out the Algonquin Trail. And then the north end is Astrolabe, and then you can see Trans-Canada, just the Trans-Canada Highway, Highway 17, just to the east. Only hop, skip, and a jump away from here. So this is a picture of the draft plan of subdivision, just to get an idea of what it looks like. You can see the proposed semi and multi-attached lots, as well as the new street and the stormwater management block. Okay, so the last application is a zoning bylaw amendment. And so OPA 34 proposes to redesignate the rural portions of the subdivision to village community, but a zoning bylaw amendment is also needed in support of the plan of subdivision application. So one was submitted by BEI to have the lands rezoned to support that. And because the lands are subject to both the Cobden and former Township of Ross zoning bylaw, changes are required to both. So in Cobden, the proposal is to go from parks and open space to residential 3, and then in the Ross bylaw from rural to residential 3 with an exception zone. So all 3 applications were circulated to agencies and the public, and this slide summarizes some of the key concerns and comments that we've seen thus far. We have received several letters of concern from community members regarding the OPA. As you can see behind me, some of them are here today, I believe, to speak to that. So I'll let them speak to it directly, and I won't do that. But just a couple of quick notes on the plan of subdivision. Comments were received from County of Renfrew Trails regarding concerns about the proposed stormwater drainage solution. And then the County of Renfrew peer reviewer who reviewed the environmental impact study provided comments to have that study updated following some surveys on the site. So all of these comments have been shared and sent to the applicant's agent. The Ministry of Transportation also provided comments on both the OPA and the plan of subdivisions, and most of their concerns are related to the south end of the OPA. And these comments are also best explained using a map, because they're a little bit confusing without that. So we'll just go to the next slide. So this is a conceptual map submitted by BEI for the development of the lands south of Cobden. The plan of subdivision is the kind of white square in the middle, just to the right of the green bar there that represents the Algonquin Trail. And the rest of the map shows the balance of the R1 and E1 lands in the OPA. So this is a map of how the lands could be used in the future. So the lands in yellow, orange, and olive green are residential, and the light red, pink are for employment or commercial. And so the ministry has concerns with what is labeled there as Street 5. It's a street just west of the employment lands. And actually, if the little arrow goes toward a little bit to the right of the, keep going to the right, keep going, a little more. Just basically to the right, to the left of the, yes. Thanks, Carmen. So yeah, they have concern with that street there, and that's because of its proximity to the intersection of Astrolab and Highway 17. The ministry typically requires 400 meters between intersections and highways, and so they've asked that the applicant undertake a traffic impact study to determine if the development can proceed while accommodating ministry requirements. They also noted that because the subdivision has access to a municipal road, Astrolab, they will not support any additional direct entrance to Highway 17. So Street 3, which is just right below where, that street wouldn't, they wouldn't support that street. So ultimately, the whole parcel will need to be serviced by the new road that's in the plan of subdivision. That's called Street 1. And the ministry has asked that the width of the right-of-way of that street be widened to reflect that. And if the commercial and employment lands are unable to get direct access to Astrolab, these lands would also need to be serviced by Street 1, and you'd end up with a residential area serving commercial lands, which the ministry does not recommend. So they have recommended that the land use proposed in the OPA be reconsidered. Now, given all that, what are our next steps? So in a few minutes, we will hear from community members at tonight's meeting. Next Staff from the county and the township will reach out to members of the public who have expressed objections or concerns with the proposal to discuss these concerns. And staff from the county, the township, and the Ministry of Transportation will then meet with the applicant to discuss comments from the public and agencies. And this feedback will be used to reconsider the settlement area boundary adjustments and the Bennett Meadows plan of subdivision. County staff will also be working with the township and the applicant to address some of those outstanding items discussed by the agency comments, including the MTO requirements, the traffic study, revisions to the EIS, the environmental impact study, and stormwater drainage. So that concludes my presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that council or the public might have.
Okay, so we will go to questions from applicants first. If there's applicants in the room that want to speak, raise your hand. Seeing none? Oh, Jerry, are you an applicant?
Sorry.
Okay, so if there's no applicants, then we'll open it up to the public forum. If any...
Hear what you're saying first before I speak.
Okay.
So you put me down after you guys.
Yeah. Well, maybe I can get Alex to move over.
Or Alex. Or Alex, if you want.
So if anybody wants to come speak, you'll have to come up and use the microphone. Push the button to green.
Okay, so whoever would like to speak, please raise your hand and we'll try and go all in a calmly manner. Donna, you had your hand up first? Yes, you did. Can you come up to the microphone, please? And this would be Donna Burns for...
Thanks. Can we go to the map again? I'd like to see where you had the lands up on Highway 17 there, the red. Okay, so that is E 4.64, is that right? Now, I understand that's property on both sides of 17 going up to the sale barn, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have these lands been dedicated to the municipality? Kathy, you should know that. You're on the County Property and Development Committee.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, I think
Who's speaking?
she should, sorry, it's the CAO back here. These lands are non-municipally owned. I think the delegation, anybody who's speaking should address their comments and their concerns and address those, and then the planners can respond. I would avoid direct questioning of council members, which is just typical, is to state your objections and any questions, and then the planners will take them and respond.
So are you saying the council members don't know any of these? They can't answer any questions? Is that what you're telling me?
What I'm saying, Donna, is, as you know, public meetings involve the members of the public raising their concerns and noting their positions, and then the planners are here to provide answers.
Only the planners, because...
The council members are here to hear from the public and hear their concerns. It's not the Spanish Inquisition of council members.
Okay, I'm not trying to do that, but I'd like to know what they do know, so that, because that's who we direct our questions to. That's who we elect. Anyway, getting back to this, I'd like to know then from the planner, if the council members don't know the answer.
I just want to clarify that that's not what I said. Just for the public record and those viewing at home, I didn't say the council didn't know who owns land. I was just trying to be clear on process.
I
Yes.
wasn't asking who owned the land. I was asking, were these lands dedicated to the municipality or to the county by the property owners?
I can answer that, no.
They weren't.
Yeah, so maybe just for clarity, the properties that are shown as E4 and E5 on the map in front of us, they are privately held by residents of the township. The township of Whitewater region or the county of Renfrew do not own those properties, if that answers your question.
Okay,
Thanks.
so these lands were not dedicated by the property owner, and you are now planning or trying to plan employment, this is for employment uses, if that's what I read on here, land for employment use, is that correct? This
Yeah.
was, the purpose of this was to redesignate lands to permit employment lands, is that correct?
Just through you, the mayor, if I could answer that. So essentially what Alex has presented is that the township has conducted a growth study, and the growth study was intended to identify areas where we could see potential employment lands. So that could consist of commercial or industrial type lands. So the ones that are shown in red would form part of the village of Cobden and would be intended for employment uses, correct?
For, I think you told me, Ivan, you told me 25 years from now?
So the planning horizon, again, through you, the mayor, the planning horizon.
So I understand this. Should I be asking the mayor to ask you? Is this how I'm supposed to be doing this?
I'm going to ask him, so you just ask him direct.
Okay.
So the planning horizon, as established by the provincial policy statement, is 25 years. That's why the 25 years was noted.
Okay, so if I understand this right, what you're doing is you're planning for land that has not been dedicated or acquired yet by you. So you're planning for these. So is this what you would call a common law dedication of land? So if the property owner does not respond, it's considered a implied dedication.
I'm, again, through the mayor, I'm not familiar with the common law dedication or the other.
Well, maybe I'll refer you to a court case, Meaford, Grist versus the township or the town of Meaford. And you'll look that up about dedicated, common law, dedicated, implied. What it means, implied is it's where land is acquired from the municipality through common law dedication, meaning that from the property where it's not in writing, but the property owner, it's based on the property owner's conduct. So in other words, the way I interpret that is if he didn't know about it, his conduct would imply implied consent, and through time, you take that land. And I will, again, refer to that court case, Grist versus the town of Meaford, 2013. So I want to ask now, what is the definition of village community?
So
As a designation, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so if you would reference in the official plan of the County of Renfrew, it designates different properties within Renfrew County, whether it would be in our township. So in the County of Renfrew official plan, it designates lands, either it could be rural, it could be agriculture, it could be village community. So if in the instance of the village of Cobden and the village of Beachburg, they are designated as village community. So they are intended to, the village community, there's policies that are established within that designation to support certain types of uses. Whereas in the agricultural designation, it supports agricultural uses.
So the village community would have certain policies and bylaws where that property owner, if it's dedicated for that designation, would have restrictions on it. Is that property owner would not be allowed to continue using that land as he had intended. Is that correct?
I would say that if the land I would say that the land would benefit from a non-conforming status. So for example, if the land's being cropped today and the designation changes as a result of this, and the owner wishes to keep using the land for crops for 100 years down the road, he can continue to do that. This will not prevent him from using the land for the purposes that it's currently being used for in the current date.
Will he be able to sell that land? And does that designation go with the land to the new owner?
Yeah, so the designation is in the County of Renfrew official plan, and that, that continues to exist, yes.
So, okay, so that devalues the property.
I can't speak to the valuation of property. I'm not a real estate agent or an appraisal person.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get at, so you understand. First of all, if you refer to the province's Citizens Guide for Land Use Planning, holding land, because that's basically what you're doing when you're dedicating this land or designating it or whatever for up to 25 years, it requires an agreement. Anything more than 21 years requires an agreement. So if you, oh, that's not my phone, I apologize. No, I don't have my phone with me, sorry. But anyway, I just want to get some of this clarified, because I don't think holding a public meeting like this, where you can only accommodate maybe 30 people at the most, you're not being very transparent about what is really going on. You're not explaining these terms very easily so people understand them. You're creating new language, because village community in the official plan is not a legislated term for a designation. It's not in the Planning Act. So these are things that I find like is unfair to the people in the community. You should be explaining it better to the people in the community. You should be holding it at a time where it's convenient for the public to attend, instead of 4:45 at night when people are either working or eating dinner. And you should have it at a location where you can hold a lot more people than just this small area. At any rate, those are my words. I just,
How wide is that red strip from the highway back?
I think they said 20 acres, was it? Well,
Is that what it is, from the highway, 300 feet back? Well, what about the other 800 feet?
Well, when you're dedicating, yeah, this gentleman would like to know, when you're putting this kind of a designation on his land without his consent, does it apply to the whole of his land?
So the proposal here is to redesignate, again, everything is in draft form. Nothing's been approved at this point. I want to make that clear. The purpose of this meeting is to hear from the public, and ultimately, council and ultimately the County of Renfrew will have the decision to decide whether they wish to alter the land shown here. But what is in red is what is in red is the land that would change designations, not the whole of the property, to answer your question.
So you're basically planning for something you do not own, and this is something in your legislation. You have to acquire the land. In the Municipal Act, Sections 10 and 11, it states, for public assets, you must acquire the land first before you can exercise your authority on it. That's under the Municipal Act. Then you can go to the Planning Act and read that act. You can go to the Public Lands Act. You can go to the Expropriation Act. There's all sorts of acts. But anyway, I won't go on any further. I'll let somebody else speak. Thanks very much.
Bruce?
Thank you, Mayor. Mrs. Burns was quite involved with the County of Renfrew.
Identify yourself, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm Bruce Howard, Manager of Planning with the County of Renfrew. We're very familiar with the concerns that have been brought up today through the County of Renfrew official plan process when we undertook that 5-year review. We did hear the same comments, and the County of Renfrew did obtain a legal opinion which was provided to various members of the public, which confirmed not only the county's ability to, but also their responsibility and their obligation under the Plan Act to have an official plan and to designate private lands within the County of Renfrew. So the amendment that Council is considering, that you have submitted to the County of Renfrew and it's considering today, it is under your jurisdiction under the Planning Act of things to consider, and it's the municipality's responsibility to plan for in future development within the township. So the application that you do have with it in front of you, it is a proposal that that the township has asked to consider. It does affect private land, and the township does have the jurisdiction and obligation to plan for the future, as Ivan had said, up to 25 years in advance. So it doesn't mean that the lands are going to instantly be acquired by somebody else or be developed. It is just making a plan for the future, saying this is how we think growth should occur within the township. And this meeting is that opportunity to have people come out and voice their comments and their opinions on how their community should look over the next few years. If there are concerns or about the obligations or jurisdiction of the municipality or the county to make that decision, I'd be happy to have that conversation offline, but I think the point of today's meeting is to receive comments on the official plan amendment, but we can, after this meeting, we can definitely reach out and talk to Ms. Burns about some of the comments.
If you have to speak, you come to the mic so the public at home can hear you.
Just a quick response to Bruce Hovarth or something? Sorry, I don't know your last name. With respect to your legal opinion, that is all it was a legal opinion. That gentleman did not provide any proof to back up his opinion. That's the difference. We provide the proof. We didn't write the legislation, the province did, and we have shown it many times. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that. So if there is a problem, we will plunk it back on the county's lap. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Please come to the microphone, please, ma'am. Ma'am, you had your hand up first.
Go ahead.
You had your hand up first.
No, she didn't, because I told her in the first place that I would speak.
And please state your name for the record, please.
My name is Margaret.
Last name, please.
McLeod.
Margaret McLeod.
I have I'm not familiar with this plan, but from what has been said by this gentleman, that what struck me first was, why did you change the 37 I think it was 37 hectares from the bottom of the square to the other part, and how did you do that? And the other comment I have is, you can't plan. I know Bruce says that it's a plan for the next 25 years, but you cannot plan unless you ask those owners, those landowners, whether they want you to plan the village to be there. You have to ask the landowners before you do all this planning and go to all this expense, before you make the plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please step up to the mic, please, and identify yourself.
Mark Briscoe. I own the property up the highway. I can't see, or I haven't got the screen big enough for me to see the numbers on the, I guess it's the south side or west side. And you've designated 300 feet of my land, and all along, that's what I understand. Is that correct? 300 feet, you're from the highway?
London?
Yes.
So you're in the E.
Okay, what is
E4? Can you blow that up?
Can you zoom? Yeah, zoom in.
Yeah, so just if I could, through you, the mayor, the depth of that red strip is more or less 300 feet. That's correct, Mr. Briscoe.
Okay, so the houses some of the houses that are on that, I don't think they own 300 feet back, so you're designating their house and part of somebody else's property in that 300 feet. How is that possible? Like there's a small house on the lake side that's not 300 feet long, and so that's that house and McLeod's property both together in 300 feet. How can you do that? How is the taxes going to work in the future? Somebody told me you weren't raising the taxes. However, Impact looks after that, I was told. So when you make a designated change in zoning, doesn't that give the right for Impact to come in and reassess? And the other thing is, so part of my land is, 300 feet of my land is zoned one thing, and 700, 800 feet of it is zoned something else? How are you doing that? How are you going to tax that? And I know you're saying, well, we don't know the answers, but this is a good time to find out before we want to hear the answers. You should have had the answers before you even started this. And one other thing, BEI, I offered them my property. They can buy the whole thing. I even have an access turning lane in front of it. If they want my land, that's fine. They can buy it. And their own land, they can do whatever they want with it. That's perfect. They want to zone whatever, so they have to make up, make new houses and grow the town, that's fine, 100%. But you can't just come up and change our land. Like, I'm speaking for other people here that don't want to stand up and be accountable. Not accountable. They just would rather hear the answers, but don't want to get involved too much.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can answer the assessment stuff. So just MPAC assess land based on its usage. So regardless of what you're designated, regardless of what you're zoned, it's how the property is used, and MPAC does that assessment, and that's an MPAC assessment. So your OP designation can change, but it's really about how the land is used. With regard to the earlier comment from the earlier individual, the farmlands were, if we go back, if you can zoom out, Carmen. The active farm operations that are found in R7, they were formerly in the village boundary, which represents the former municipal boundaries prior to amalgamation of Cobden. So my understanding is the farm operations are existing and want to continue. So it makes sense that those lands go to a rural designation to support the ongoing use of those lands for farm purposes, while at the same time repurposing those lands within the settlement area to allow urban growth on urban services, which is what the province intends. So just to be clear, that land swap is happening in support of the ongoing use of those lands for continued farming operations.
Okay, who owns the lands in yellow there? I can't see the numbers.
So I'm not sure which yellow lands.
You're calling it south, the far south.
So R7, so at the corner of Beamline, Astrolab, the existing farmlands. So they would go from village, which is an urban designation, to rural, which is in keeping with the farmlands. And then R1 and R1, which is the plan of subdivision that is being discussed, is for suburban urban development for residential purposes.
So who owns those lands?
Those are owned by BEI.
Oh, okay. And the red one, right next to them?
Right, that's owned by BEI as well, and that's a commercial block, yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to provide answers to those two questions because there's answers for those.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the rest of the meeting has to say. Once I'm done speaking here, is that it? Can I speak again if something comes up?
See why not, but
Okay,
yeah, this is informational only, though. We're not making a decision this evening.
Okay.
So this is to collect information to see how we do or do not proceed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what is wrong with the designation of the pre-owned land for BEI? I understand they have to change it, and that's great. But our lands, what's the purpose of, it's farmed right now, we're farmers, we do stuff on our land. Why do we have to change it?
We're looking at the future use. We have no idea what's going to happen in the future down the road.
Well, how about you change it in the future then when it needs to be? That'd be, pardon? Up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that and Mr. Wadsman's property, the striped line there down at the bottom. It's already, we're already doing farming and he's doing farming. Why can't it just remain the same? And when you want to change it 25 years from now.
Yeah, sorry, and that's why I want to be clear on which lands we're speaking of, because there's a lot of colors up there. The R7 actually isn't currently designated rural.
Right.
And I think Mr. Wasman would like to continue farming, so that we're actually taking the, what's the designation, village community off of it.
So you won't let him farm unless he's do this?
No, it's the other way around. Right now, it's designated village community, so it's designated now to be developed. We're actually switching it to rural because he wants to continue to farm.
Okay, so why can't he farm there for, his mother farmed there for
he can continue
40,
into
50 years?
perpetuity.
Why does that have to change now?
Well, he can continue into perpetuity. That's So basically, they're swapping R7 up there with R1 because his is already designated village community. So if he
That's bad for him.
No, if I can clarify, and I think Alex made this point, the settlement areas we can't add more residential land because we have enough residential, we can't add any new lands for residential purposes to the boundary of Cobden, i.e. Cobden cannot grow because we have enough residential land in the rest of the township. So since the farm wants to continue to be farmed and is in an inappropriate zone, village, because it's been farmed forever and the intent is to continue farming, it makes sense to put that into rural and then use the allocation of land that were allowed in the urban boundary to be repositioned behind the arena to allow urban growth to support the users of Cobden. And I'll just speak to the why we did a growth study. We have a new sewage plant and we have a water plant, and the users of those facilities on the water and sewage systems pay for those facilities. If we can't, no, you don't. For water and wastewater, it's paid by the users on the system. So if we can attract growth within Cobden proper and double the number of users from just over close to 500 to more, the costs associated with the long-term maintenance and the operation of the water and sewer plant will be borne by new users. So Cobden needs growth, and we can't add rural lands, we can't add residential lands without, we can't. So the only way to do it is we have a farm that's designated for urban growth, that's been used for farming and wants to be used for farming. So it makes some sense to accommodate new residential growth behind the arena and recognize that the farm has been farmed forever and will continue to be farmed. So there's nothing more to that equation other than that. So it doesn't impact the farmer. He could farm now, he can farm forever. It just allows us to accommodate some residential growth within Cobden to support the residents of Cobden, specifically with regard to water and wastewater.
Okay, so what you're saying is if he quits farming and goes to sell that property, what then?
He would sell it for what it's been used as, which has been used as a farm.
And only that, right? He could never sell it for houses.
I mean, any applicant could come in and apply for an official plan amendment for a plan of subdivision. My understanding is there's shale rock there and there's other servicing questions that might come into play, but it applies to anybody. Anybody who owns a parcel of land wants to sell it, and anybody that wants to buy it and change the use can go through the planning processes that are outlined. It's the flip side. It's the same for anybody that's on the highway, E5 and E4. You can continue using it for the purposes you're using it for. You'll sell it to whoever, and then they'll decide how they want to use the lands. What we're trying to do is say, the Growth City said we don't have enough lands in Whitewater region to accommodate growth in terms of commercial and businesses. I think everybody wants Whitewater region to be affordable and to attract businesses. So if we're not adding the land there, fine. But what the study said is there's insufficient land supply for growth from a commercial and industrial perspective. If it's not on the outskirts of Cobden, that's fine. But what the study told us is we don't have enough lands for employment purposes. That's the goal here, is how is Whitewater region growing? If the landowners have issues and you're raising that, then the planners will take that back before they come back with a recommendation to council, and that's why we have the public meeting. But I just wanted to clarify the reason for this. The reason for this is to allow residential growth within Cobden, and that we don't have enough lands in the township for jobs. There's not enough job-related lands. So this might not be right, and you have your right to comment on that, and council will consider it when the planners come back.
It may not be right to just take part of my land and change it. Okay. Or all of our land, actually, and change it. Okay. I kind of disagree with that. I'd say it's definitely not right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to council questions. Councillor Mackay.
We just don't let farmland go. I stand up for farmland all the time, and when that comes back, I'm not going to agree with that. So it's not just, okay, there it is. We have to talk about it, we have to argue about it, and I belong to the Ontario Farmland Conservancy, and we're losing 175 acres a day, so I'm not willing to let that go, but it'll have to be decided when it comes back. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen the plans. We have no say in it yet. So it's not done yet. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, council? Councilor McLaughlin?
Just for clarification, and I think I understand, Rob, what you're saying, that the land right now, whoever owns that property, be it changed or be it not, they are still allowed to do as they wish on that property, and the taxes will be assessed as the designation now with the use of the land. Is that correct?
I think the planners are better suited to speak about legal non-conforming, but it's basically using the land that is currently used. And yes, MPAC, to be fair, don't really care about how it's zoned, or our zoning dates back to the 80s in most cases. MPAC, when they get a building permit or something of that nature, will go in and will assess the lands. So for instance, we have properties on Muskrat Lake with a big field in front of them, and they get a tax break because they hay the front of their cottage. So MPAC goes in and assesses the properties based on their use, and that's their call. So it's the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation that determines the use and then the assessed value.
So could we get an explanation? You said the planners are better to answer that question?
We need you to come to the
We
mic,
need you to
Doug,
come to the
sorry.
mic. Yeah.
So Ivan or Alex, if you want to speak to legal non-conforming.
Doug Shields. The CAO mentioned that the planner would be better to answer that question, so let's hear from the planner on that legal non-conforming.
Yeah, certainly. So the designation here, I mean, there's an existing use there. The use in some cases could be residential, could be agricultural uses. If the designation was to change, that use can continue to exist forever and a day in its current state. So if land is being cropped and the process happens to get approved and the designation changed, the use can continue to exist forever and a day. So you can continue to crop your land, you can continue to live in your house as a non-conforming use.
What happens when it's sold and somebody else wants to continue or maybe change the other way?
Then in the case, the non-conforming use would continue to exist. So if somebody wanted to buy the house for residential purposes, he could move in with his family and live there. If somebody wanted to buy the house and convert it to a commercial use, well, they would have the opportunity, because the designation would already be in place, to potentially convert it.
Okay, I got a question. I don't know who's going to answer this question. Donna mentioned the acts, okay? The Municipal Act, the Expropriation Act. Who, Bruce mentioned, council has the authority to change that. That's changing a provincial act. What authority gives the council that act? Those people behind you, the planners, the CAO, they're not responsible. Anything comes out of it? Council members, because you're elected, you're paid by the taxpayers. So who's responsible?
Thank you, Doug. Council members, any other thing? Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, not Reeve, no. I guess this goes to Bruce. So, and I think it sounds like E5 and E4 are what mostly has been the issues are talked about here. So I just want to be clear that I believe you said that none of the lands can be acquired, purchased, or developed, even with these designations, but without the home or the landowner's approval. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor, I think CAO Tremblay provided a good synopsis of what's being proposed here. So at the end of the day, what we have here is an amendment to the official plan. So the County of Renfrew already has an official plan which puts land use designations on property. And what that official plan is, it is the long-term goal of how development and how land is going to be used in the future. So right now, those lands, E5 and E4 that we're talking about, are within the rural designation. That's what they're considered. So any future, with that designation, any future uses of those lands has to be rural in nature. What the township is considering is changing that designation to put a commercial designation on it, because the growth study that the township had WSP do indicated that for the future growth and development of the municipality, or of Cobden in particular, that you need more employment lands. So the study looked at various options for the municipality and highlighted these areas as the best areas that future commercial growth could occur. It does not expropriate the lands from the landowner. It does not, as CO Tremblay indicated, it's not going to cause any increase to assessment or to their taxes. What this does do, that in the future, if somebody wanted to start up a commercial business that meets like one of the businesses that's allowed in the official plan, it would allow that landowner to come forward with a proposal and have that as a considered as a permissible land use, as opposed to just a rural land use. So it's actually increasing one of those property owners, whether it's the current property owner now or somebody who they want to sell it to in the future, but provides future opportunities for commercial growth in those locations. But it does not expropriate people's lands. It does not restrict anybody from selling land in the future. What it does is provide opportunities for those lands to be used for commercial purposes within that 25-year time frame that Ivan was speaking to. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Mackay?
Yeah, Ivan, if there's a barn in that pink zone there, the distance between a house and a barn is still 250 feet. Does that change with that new designation? 250 meters, I mean?
So the distance you mentioned there is based on a calculation, so it's not always 250 feet, just for clarity. So an MDS would apply for a barn that exists. So what happens is if the land, an MDS applies for lands in the rural or agricultural designation. If the lands are placed in the village community designation, as I understand it, the MDS doesn't apply. However, the township could establish minimum setbacks that they wish to establish.
So if there's an established barn there, you're saying, once they change the zoning on that, your barn has to go?
No, I would say that it can continue to exist because it exists today, similar to the house. So just to be clear, if the barn has livestock, then the barn can continue to have livestock because that's the current use. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have two questions on the floor. Ladies first, and pull up to the mic, please.
Okay, I'm Heather McLeod, born and raised in Cobden my entire life. First of all, I'd like to say positively, I am looking forward to growth in Cobden. Population has been 1,000 since I was born. So it's nice to see that encouragement and positivity. I'm all for residential, more houses, more taxes, more people to pay. It's a no-brainer. That's wonderful too. I think growth is good everywhere. Commercial too, great, but I think realistically people do commute to our local communities in the Renfrew County for jobs. The reason I'm sitting here is I'm speaking on behalf of my family farm, McLeod's Farm, livestock. My dad was well known in Ontario and Quebec and all over the region, and a lot of you are farmers that I certainly know you know our family. It's been in the many generations with the McLeods, and our wishes of our family, my mom's 93, we would love to keep it and expect to keep it as agricultural. I am all in favor, like you mentioned, Dave, the acreage we lose every day, 175 acres. I am a farmer by blood, and I want to keep it as farming. I do not want commercial. If someday down the road McDonald's wants to come and they want to approach me to buy a piece of parcel for commercial, we'll talk then. But at this point, my wishes are to keep it agricultural, 100%.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Briscoe, you had your hand up again.
Sorry, Mark Briscoe. What is your name, sir?
Bruce Howard.
Bruce. Could, what you just said there, could we have that in writing, possibly? What you were saying before that? That nothing will change, and that everything is good, and so if you put that in writing and we could look at it, maybe then we could make a different decision, but right now, I'm the same decision as Heather. And you, sir, when you said you don't know, could you find out for us and let us know before this is put on us?
Yeah, in relation to the MDS, but certainly what I would say...
I don't even know what MDS is. What is it?
It's essentially the minimum distance separation established by the province between a dwelling and a barn. But certainly what I would say is this, is that I could make my information available to Mr. Briscoe and all the residents here, and I'll be glad to have a conversation with all of you after today's meeting. Certainly the plan here is to go back to the drawing board, if you will. I mean, certainly there's some concerns. We could try to respond to those concerns and see if we can come to some solutions. But certainly I'd be glad to meet with you after to discuss it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, this is to, and I want to say Alex, is that right? Yeah, Alex. So when this plan was done up, do we know that the future plan for the twinning is 17?
Sorry, my hearing isn't great. Could you repeat that?
Do we know the plan for the future twinning of 17?
As far as we've heard, they still do intend to, one day eventually move the highway. We're not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but it is the ministry's intention long-term to move it from where it is right now.
But no indication of where it might move, only because with this 25-year plan, we'd want to be able to consider that?
Yeah, maybe I could just provide some input into this. So the MTO has identified to the county where the future realignment of the Highway 17 will occur, which is on the east side of Muskrat Lake, and that forms part of public documents, the official plan schedules and the like. So when our consultant WSP was reviewing this, that was taken into consideration.
Perfect, thank you. And just so I could, sorry, Mayor, if I could, I have three. Right now, if we had a commercial establishment that approached the Township of Whitewater region and wanted to create a commercial enterprise, where would they currently go? We don't have commercial property available for them to purchase.
Well, I would just say the industrial park essentially has no more lands that are held by the township for sale. Certainly there's little pockets here and there, so there's certainly some availability to some extent, but in a large amount, in this case it's 20 hectares that's being considered, more or less. There's no real available lands.
Right. And when it comes to the plan that WSP did, and that we're proposing here, they've determined that if we were to designate a place for commercial investment, it's best in that location along Highway 17?
Yeah, so there's, sorry, I don't mean to keep responding, Alex. So they looked at a number of criteria. There was 9 criteria that were established in the study, so transportation, servicing, existing uses, and so on and so forth. So that study, it's available on our website. It identifies that criteria that was established in their determination on what would be the best candidate lands, and these were the ones identified.
Yeah, rather than having it on, I can't remember the border road there. I can't remember what it is called.
Beam or Snake River Line.
Beam or Snake River Line, or down on the other side of Highway 17, or the best spot in their opinion is that location. Yeah.
Correct.
And if I can add,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we asked them to look at an extension of the existing industrial park. And in speaking about preserving agricultural lands, the lands around that industrial park near Greenwood and Cemetery Road are prime agricultural. So they were unsuitable so we can't expand the existing industrial park. So that was looked at as an option when they found that there was a deficit in employment lands for jobs.
Yeah, no. And just to echo, Councillor Mackay, my same thoughts in terms of trying to minimize the impact we have on agricultural property. But if we are going to grow, where are we going to grow? And I understand that the consultants gave us some great analysis and great feedback, and Alex, for your presentation. Tonight's the opportunity for the public to be able to give us their insight into it as well, so we can weigh those two things and come up with a decision. Now, my personal perception is that there's lots of questions, and some of it may just be that not everybody can appreciate the information that we stick out at them. And I think, Ivan, when you say you're going to meet with people who have questions and provide answers, I think that will go a long distance to knowing exactly what those problems are and how we can address them before we make any decisions. So thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Mackay.
I just want to go back to the highway, the new highway. In 1978, my brother and I bought a farm on the Zine line. And when we bought the farm, the guy said, "Don't worry, guys, you're coming right through the back of the farm, you're going to get money." I was 26, I'm 70 now, so don't hold your breath.
So you're telling us it ain't coming soon?
That's right.
Okay. Councillor McLaughlin.
I think when Mrs. Kruger was speaking and talked about her property and wanted to keep it as a farm, she still has the right to keep it as a farm.
Yes.
The only thing that is going to change is if she decides to sell it and the purchaser of that property wants to make it a commercial enterprise, the designation would be there that she could do that.
Yes, that's right.
If it was not changed, and maybe if we didn't change it and she was approached and it was still agriculture, then she'd have to come to council or to the planner for an amendment. Am I correct on that one?
Yes.
Yeah, but as long as the property is farmed, it stays designated as a farm, it's taxed as farmland. That's what I'm getting through my head.
Oh, that's right.
So I want to make clear that I'm totally correct in what I'm thinking. So like Mrs. Kruger said, they want to keep it as a farm, it stays as a farm, and she's taxed as farmland.
Yes, that's true.
I'm thinking that's the way it works, and until she wants to change it, until she wants to sell it, nothing changes.
That's right.
Yep.
Dr. Monroe, you had your hand up. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Jim Monroe. I've been here for most of my life, 30 years maybe. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My land is part Lot 3, Concession 1. It has been in agriculture since at least the turn of the century. It's been a small operation. The fellow who had it before, we had it raise bees and did some market gardening in the area and used to sell to the area. When we came, we've utilized that as a farm. We've cut hay across the road. I have an alfalfa stand. Anybody would be welcome to come and have a look. We cut hay sometimes, and my neighbor, Mark Briscoe, and we raise purebred Suffolk sheep. We have a breeding flock, and we've exhibited all over the province. And we, once in a while, would get into the silverware. And at one point, we did have the champion lamb at the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto. The bottom line is we took agricultural seriously. And it's interesting because we've passed that interest on now to the next generation. My son and his family are continuing to raise purebred Suffolk sheep. In fact, now, and I didn't have any inkling of this before, but they're raising purebred chickens. And we actually now, in one of our buildings, have a hatchery, and we sell chicks as foundation breeding stock for people wanting to get into this. Over the years, we've hosted agricultural things like Rural Ramble, 4-H clubs, school programs to come and see that in a small acreage, you can and do make a difference. In this proposal, the concern that I have is that the strip designated commercial actually throws water on that. I'm not as concerned about the word commercial because the designations are one entity. The thing that concerns me are the bylaws that are associated with commercial property. If I go to do something with that, those bylaws are going to kick in. It may have to do with my entrances. It may have to do with what I can do. Can I bring a load of hay across the road? I didn't like the sounds of perhaps having to relocate my buildings because I'm not at a position right now where I can rebuild my buildings. And I've got 2 generations following that are interested in what we've been doing since the mid-1970s. I have kids now in 4-H. Their clubs hold the meetings there to see this. And I think at a time when half the kids that may settle in this community wouldn't know where you got a leg of lamb from, we should be thinking a little bit about the education component to this and not kind of throw away a small farm. Oh, it's only a few acres, a few hectares. You should see the looks on when a group from a school comes and they look at a lamb and you point out that here's the loin. This is really where your main chops come from. When we select the animal, we're looking for a long and wide animal so that you can grate chops. Really? You'll get the odd one says, I don't like lamb. But bottom line, they get an understanding. Interestingly enough, from my standpoint, my grandsons are into raising purebred hens. It's funny because the old leghorn hens that we had seemed to be little things. These are giant. These are like turkeys. If I had lost a bit of weight, I might be able to ride them. But it's fantastic to watch your grandkids generate an interest in agriculture. I don't have a notion of selling that property to a commercial enterprise because it brings me so much satisfaction to see my kids learning to drive a tractor, to bring in some hay, to have their fun things. It's an education for them, and I'm so pleased that their friends come to it. And to me, I recognize we need commercial areas, and my notion was, my dad was on council in Westmeath Township when the industrial park was designated. And I'm saying, for goodness sakes, can't we do something with that area? We say, well, the land, you can't touch that. You know, you ought to come by at harvest time when the McLeod farm is going, because I tell you, the dust is flying. They're combining corn, they've got beans there, they've got tractors that wouldn't fit into the room. This is a legit farming operation. And I have to say that Graham McLeod helped us and our family by baling our hay for us and doing some of these kinds of things. And my kids viewed him like a grandfather. So he instilled in our kids that this should go on. You want to be able to do this. If you take a 300-foot designation off the front of my alfalfa field across the road, there's nothing left. Nothing for anything. You would hardly be able to put a garage on it. If you take it on the other side and you say, oh, okay, guys, you can do some residential down towards the lake. But now we're going to get into issues with how do you get access? Can we bring access out onto Wallace Drive? Oh no, we'll need to have a traffic light there, and of course a turning lane. I pity BEI when they were getting the property ready for a brewery to put a turning lane, and I watched the poor soul up the highway who had to rip out his entrance because it was going to cost an incredible sum of money to put a turning lane into his steel plant. And I said, wow, that guy's really contributing to the economy of the area, and we've done just about everything to screw him out of that. We made him go away around the side road and build a new road. How dumb is that? And that's what commercial does. You know, I got a commercial area there, well, that's going to have to be bylaw such and such, and oh, well, he just got screwed again. So that's my concern here with the commercial designation. I like to see the activity going on the McLeod farm. But I'm a bit selfish. I like to see the activity going on my own farm. I love to see the school kids and their 4-H chums come to see what we're doing with these monster turkeys. You know, I think it's so cool. But man, I'm really frightened by zoning and in particular bylaws, which hasn't been mentioned at all, because that's really the teeth that sinks into the zoning. I thank you. I just ask that you think of the future generations, because we all know it. Half the kids don't know where a jug of milk comes from. Aisle 14 around there, go down to the freezer and get it. We really want them to learn something. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. Jerry, did you have your hand up? Jerry? Okay, come ahead, please.
So my name is Jerry Paxton.
We lost our mic.
I can mess it up, I'd mess it up. So my name is Jerry Paxton. I've lived in Cobden for 25 years. I'm here on behalf of the Cobden Pentecostal Church, who own the land that's at the corner of Astrolabe Road. We have intentions in the future on that property. We have surplus land there of 4.5 acres. And our church is in the process of looking for funding, a three-story apartment building of 36 units there, with funding from the two governments. And we've just gone into that, but I just would like to make council aware that we have that in our mind. We're very happy to see the development around the church that might happen. We're not against that at all. We're very much in favor of development. Says in Proverbs that without a vision, the people fail. So I'm happy to see some vision being taken to create something in the future for the town of Cobden that's going to be good and going to be positive. As I've sat here and heard many of these questions, I've been in the development game myself before, and designation of property that you're talking about makes that property more valuable to the individual. I've never seen that not be more valuable. And as everybody has spoken here tonight, it doesn't affect the present land use that's in place. So my only comment, I'd like to have our name as the Cobden Pentecostal Church as having been here, and we're very much in favor of seeing the town advance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Donna?
Just one quick question. Your long-range vision, I'm assuming, or correct me if I'm wrong, because the governments are really pushing this affordable housing. Both levels of government pushing it down to the municipalities. So is this long-range planning for affordable housing, like social housing, that will be managed and controlled by the municipality? Is that the real plan behind all of this?
No, absolutely not.
If I can clarify, the lower tier municipality is not responsible for housing. We're not housing developers. We don't own housing. We're not in the housing business. And my understanding is there's a plan of subdivision for R1 and R1 that is before us today, and BI has a plan proposed for the type of housing they want to build. So the township has no responsibilities in terms of running, owning housing.
I can clarify as well that in the proposal, there was no mention of that.
Nothing to do with affordable housing?
No, the plan of subdivision is for semi-detached units and multi-attached units, but
I
not.
realize that with BEI. I'm just wondering about the other the other parcels of land that you were talking about?
No other proposals have been provided for those other lands at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Sorry, CEO, just not everybody may catch the difference between upper and lower tier. Could you provide examples?
So the County of Renfrew is a housing provider and does own a number of buildings. But these lands that are are not owned by the county, are not subject to a county. So just to be clear, and the township, we're not responsible for affordable housing. We're not a housing provider. We don't own any housing buildings. We have nothing of that nature.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, please, Mr. Kruger. Make sure your light is green so we can hear you at home.
It's green, yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to say your jobs are all safe, because I hate talking in front of people. But anyway, I'm going to give it a shot here. So anyway, we're not against development. We're pro-development. That's not an issue. I think where our problem comes in is a crystal ball we don't have. So we don't know what the future is going to look like in 15 or 20 years. And by rezoning this as commercial, the McLeod Farm, that's what I'm talking about right now. So if we rezone it as commercial right now, it's kind of pigeonholing us into that frontage as being commercial. Now, what if we decided down the road that we wanted to do a residential and it's all going to be residential? Well, if you look at BEI's proposal down here, they're getting blocked by MTO right now because they won't let them have an access from the Highway 17. They have to use another road. They have to widen the road. So they're against the mixed commercial. They're actually stated that they're against commercial and the residential mixture there. And so they're kind of balking them there on that whole system. So that's kind of like directly what's going to happen with us up there. We're going to have farmland presently, but if it ever becomes residential and we have this commercial block that goes right across the front of it here, that's going to be an issue. We don't know what kind of stipulations MTO is going to nail on us for that. It may not be us, it may be some other developer, but there seems to be no provision for that. It's almost landlocking that bit of land in there. And I don't like that idea. I'd prefer that it would stay farm or zoned as it is presently. That's what I think anyway. I was going to say something else, but I can't think of what it was right now. Anyway, I'll come up with it here in a second. At any rate, yeah. I think that's pretty much it, I guess.
Anything further, you can let us know. We can take note.
Yeah, I had something on my mind and it vanished there. But anyways.
We're only a phone call away.
All right, well, that's all I have to say for now. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay?
I just want to say that zoning on the highway, I'm all against that, because what happens, one place falls, the other place falls, and it slowly becomes gas stations, McDonald's, whatever. And I'll definitely be voting against it. I don't like that idea. That happens all the time in farming. And you go into a village and there's houses in front of all the farms. And we try to get rid of that with the right to farm legislation. We brought in, well, we got the government to bring in maybe 15 years ago, and that's spitting in his face. So I'm definitely against that. The rest of them, it's okay, but that, I don't like. Just saying.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there'll be two more hands. Bill, come ahead.
Everyone should have a chance to speak once and then they go back.
Yeah. So the thing I was thinking about was, I don't know how much money we spent on this plan here to come up with this idea, but I was thinking about it a little bit. And I don't think you could probably do it. If you ask 10 people on Cobden on Main Street, you could ask them where would we have a commercial, where would it extend outside of either of Cobden, where would you put it? I don't think it'd take too long for them to come up with the idea that, well, there's only a couple different options here. Can either go to the west or the east or out this way here to the south. So, I mean, I'm just wondering if the
county is trying to force this to justify some work that they put into it, and I have no idea what kind of dollar figure it took to do this, but that's kind of like what it feels like anyways. I don't know. I don't know why we have to rezone it now. If somebody comes along and wants to build something there in the future, I don't think anybody's going to balk, and I don't understand why it has to be redesignated now. Why don't you just wait until somebody comes along and says they want to build a mall there, or I don't know what they want to build, an aircraft plant, who knows? But you might as well wait until then, because that's the whole issue here. It pigeonholes you into this commercial strip across the front.
Mr. Mayor, if I can clarify, just to defend the county did not do the study, the township did the study. And you'll recall that people are upset about fees and charges for water and wastewater, and there's only 500 users, and we have to find ways to increase the number of users, and we want to make sure jobs are found in Whitewater. So the township paid for that study. Changes to a settlement boundary, for that to be supported through an official plan amendment, and in this case, moving lands around, have to be supported by a study. So that's why the study was done. The county was not involved in the study. The study was really to make sure that how could we grow within the village of Cobden? And if we didn't have enough lands for jobs, where do those lands go? So we heard loud and clear that the lands going outside of town are not appropriate. I'm sure the planners have taken note of that, but just wanted to be clear, the county did not do the study. The township did the study because they heard loud and clear that the water and sewer rates are unaffordable and we need growth in Cobden. And the goal was to determine, okay, where's the growth going to go? And the part of this process is to hear from the public to say, okay, not here, but here's okay. But that's what the process is intended to do.
Well, that's great, and it's good, and it looks like it's growing, but to me, it looks like it's growing residential. I don't see that it's growing in a commercial way right now. Maybe in the future, when we get enough residents here, the commercial will take over. That's kind of usually how things work. But we need people first, and then if we get enough people, I think we'll end up with some more jobs. There'll be services that'll have to be provided.
Okay, thanks. Lady that stood up in white. Sorry, I don't know your name.
My name is Lori Briscoe.
Lori Briscoe?
Yes, and I live in the section that's up on the highway where it's proposed to be the front 300 feet back from the road to be rezoned as commercial. That cuts a strip across my land. And I would like to know, and I've heard that, it can be used as it was always intended, has been used. I've heard that, well, it's not going to affect the taxes, but we don't really know because we also heard that impact is going to be the one that actually assesses that. So there's no guarantee there one way or the other. My concern is, even if I'm allowed to live there as a residential / rural, I could, like Jim said, that he has taken the hay off our back field. If I wanted to have some animals, I could still have animals as long as I'm there. Maybe I'll live there till I die, but then it's going to be on my kids. And if that's zoned commercial and they go to sell it, how do they sell a piece of property that's half commercial and half whatever, rural or whatever? They're going to be stuck. It's going to be probably a chunk of land that'll sit there because who's going to want to buy it? It sounds a bit ridiculous to have a swath of land across somebody's property. And in that letter that was written to us, it said that if we did not respond before this meeting tonight, it would be deemed that we are in agreement with this and that we would not be able to disagree later. Okay? So, and I also heard saying that, like for Mr. Wasman's land, that it was always farmland, it can remain farmland. Well, the McLeod farm was always farmland. Mr. Monroe's land was always farmland, and you're wanting to cut commercial across the front of those properties as well. So I'm totally in disagreement with it, and I would really like us to be able to come back and have another public meeting when you have reconsidered all of what's been said tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well taken. Come ahead, ma'am. State your name, please, for the record.
Hi, my name is Janelle Hood.
So I live in the old farmhouse. That's the belonged to McLeod residents. We bought there 9 years ago, and one of the reasons that we bought there is because it's surrounded by farmland. I grew up on a beef farm, and we have 2 young kids who eventually one day we might like to get a goat or 2, and being rural farmland, that would be a preferred place to have a goat. I don't know if there'd be a business beside us if they'd prefer that we would not have goats when their customers are coming in. So that would be my concern, that it would be nice if it could stay as it is until there's a reason to change it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on. So, come ahead. I know who your mom and dad are, I just don't have a name on you. Chris Monroe.
Yes, Chris Monroe. And I'm not going to dwell on what most people said. I think everybody, my views are consistent with my fathers before me. My intent is to keep going with my family, so I won't dwell on that one. But I do have a question, and certainly when WSP was putting together their package for you, I mean, the CAO spoke about the existing industrial lands and how those were somehow inappropriate for the proposed use or proposed commercial. I'm just curious what type of commercial we were talking about that would be, that we wouldn't be able to place in, or we would have considered for use in the industrial park, but now we're saying, is better served being placed right immediately adjacent to residential areas. Generally I look at the industrial park and I look at the types of commerce that's going on there, and I don't see anything that would be appropriate to put in those places. So I'm just curious, what types of commerce were we looking at? Obviously we start with some assumptions. I'm just curious what those were.
If I can clarify. So what I meant was that all the lands in the industrial park that the township owned are now sold. Even the water, non-potable water system has been decommissioned and those lands have been sold. And yes, the uses at an industrial park, not in a village setting, those uses are very different than Tim Hortons on the main drag. I think Alex can speak to the different kinds of commercial and industrial uses, and Ivan could as well, or Bruce, but employment lands would incorporate all of those things. What I was just clarifying is that we don't have any more lands in the industrial park, and when they looked at where we could add lands, we couldn't add lands abutting the industrial park.
But that's what I'm getting at. I mean, if we're talking about, we're talking about that space being possibly useful for the same type of activity. What were we thinking? What are we thinking would be would possibly be an appropriate commerce or commercial venture to put there?
Well, I think the issue is we want people to stop. So we want highway commercial. We want stores. We want people to come in and stop and spend their money. And yes, we want Valley Bio, and we want the tin roof folks, and we want other industrial uses, and there's appropriate land maybe for them to go. The whole point is we want people.
Where would that appropriate land be?
Well, I think it's when people apply and have a project and get a building permit, they would go through that as part of zoning.
So why would that be any different than what we're proposing here?
Yeah, I think if I go back, just to be clear in terms of that, if those lands are not appropriate, I think council has heard that message loud and clear, and so have the planners. The whole point is we don't have enough lands for commercial uses or general employment lands. That's the bottom line.
Okay, and again, my question stands. What commercial uses are we looking at for those places?
Well, in the growth study, the consultants noted that one of the limitations in the whole township is that there's not many places for, or not many existing services, so dental services, doctors, professional services, stuff like that. A lot of people in the township are moving, or they're traveling to Pembroke or Renfrew or Arnprior to get those types of services. So that was specifically noted as one thing that the township is lacking.
And do we have practitioners who are looking for those spaces?
That I'm not sure of.
Has anybody approached the council about looking for, has there been a dentist or doctor?
She was using that as an example.
Okay.
Right now, there is a hiring crew in the county that's looked after doctors that doesn't involve us. But if we perhaps had some property that we could designate for them, they may in fact look here. But right now, we have no property, so they're not looking here. But that was just an example on her part.
The village community designation is flexible. It doesn't specifically say what type of commercial, but typically big industrial things would require a whole bunch of studies. I don't believe that is the intent for these types of lands. Again, because they are so close to existing residential areas. So how I understand it is that it would be commercial, retail type employment lands in these areas.
So historically, just even in my short time here in Cobden, this Main Street was a bustling commerce. There were lots of stores. There is a lot of brownfield here that we do not have nearly the commerce going on Main Street that we once did. And I'll just say that, you know, if we want to build Cobden, that's where we should start. Thank you so much.
Good point. Thank you. Last call. Anyone else? Seeing none, council will move on. Thank you very much. Oh. Okay, Mr. Briscoe, one last.
I'm just going to bring up the point again about the BEI is having such a hard time to get access to the highway and cannot. So that's going to be commercial land. Ours is designated commercial land. If somebody did put something there, how do they get access to the highway? Any different than BEI? They're denied.
That's a question for MTO.
Yeah, well, but that should be thought of before you just
right now, every
single land
property has access on Highway 17.
Every what?
Every property on Highway 17 has an access point.
Yeah.
So that won't change. If you want to increase that, then that's where the MTO comes in. They have to give you permission.
Yes. So this commercial land you're talking about and building commercial businesses, they'll have to have access to it.
That would all be part of the process. The individuals purchasing the property would have to go through MTO to apply for that.
Yeah, I realize that. But, I mean, what if you want to make that commercial, then there's no access to the highway without...
That becomes somebody else's problem, not ours.
You know, it's kind of our problem because it'll be commercial.
Not when it's MTO. No, we have no say with MTO.
That's right, but now it's our problem because it's commercial. It's designated commercial.
But I think Alex could...
But you already have access.
I think in terms of the BEI lands and the plan of subdivision, Alex, the MTO comments are going to just be considered as part of the plan of subdivision, I'm assuming?
The plan of subdivision and the OPA. Yeah, so we will be meeting with the Ministry of Transportation after this meeting to talk about all of these comments, to talk to BEI and their agent to have a discussion about the MTO's comments. We haven't had that opportunity yet to kind of regroup and discuss next steps, and that's something that we'll be doing after this meeting. So, yeah, we'll be able to update on that at a future date.
Well, it's just that it doesn't sound like it'll work very well. If Heather and Bill sell a lot to somebody who wants to build a store out beside the hydro office on that side of the highway, they have to ask MTO, will they get it? Probably not. Not without a $1 million turning lane. So what's the point on doing, I don't get the point up in our section of town, just making it commercial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we move on. Thank you. The motion is that Council of the Township of Whitewater Region receive comments from the public at the public meeting to consider the following: Official Plan Amendment 34 OPA, Plan of Subdivision File 47T 21002, Bennett Meadows, and Zoning Bylaw Amendment File D-14-131. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McKay and...
It's just to receive. It's just to close the loop, just for everybody in the crowd.
Close the loop, because we didn't do it at the start. We should have. So all in favor of hearing the recommendations? Carried. Thank you. So ends the public meeting of that. So we'll take a 5-minute recreation break for the council. And we're back. So we're going on to our next public meeting. Ivan, can you tell me which one it is?
What number we're on? Calvin Road.
Okay, we're going to Calvin Road.
No, we can't shut it. Nicole? Just leave it open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
4.4, Calvin Road.
Yep, Calvin Road.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the present application pertains to a property that is described as part of Lot 22, Ross Concession 2, and it fronts on Calvin Road and also sort of fronts on Godfrey Road. So the property in question was severed in February of this year by Mr. Sobolski. Essentially, one of the conditions is to rezone the property, the condition of consent. So this property was in an open space zoning category. So that dates back to the 92 bylaw from Ross Township, and a portion of it where there's a water environmental protection. So the applicant prepared an environmental impact assessment to support the change in the zoning category. And the results of that assessment indicate that there'd be no impacts on the natural heritage feature, the watercourse, if there was a development on the subject lands. So staff are supportive of the application. Ultimately, the lands will be placed in a rural, or rather a residential 2 zone. Residential 2 zone is consistent with the other properties within the Haley Station hamlet. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. I understand there's no one present to speak on that behalf. So the motion is that the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the amendment to the portion of the property described as part Lot 22, Ross Concession 2, Calvin Road, from open space OS zone and environmental protection EP to residential 2 R2 zone. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Reeve Rigier and Councillor Mackay. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we're going on to Garden of Eden. Ivan, sorry.
So the next application, we're referring to 4.5, correct? Yeah, so the property,
Yes.
my apologies. So yeah. All right. So the application was submitted by Amanda and Adam Cram. They're present here with us, members of council, here to my left. So the property here in question, the application is to rezone the property from extractive industrial reserve, the EMR zone, to the rural exception 44 zone in order to support the development of a single family home. Council will be familiar with this type of zoning amendment, similar to a Buchanan on Beachburg Road and a Mr. Ashworth over on Government Road. So the applicant's prepared with the support of JP2G Consultants an aggregate impact assessment. So the lands are kind of destined for future aggregate. Naturally, by the size of the land, 2.31 acres, they are not feasible for that type of use. So they prepared this assessment. The consultant confirmed that in fact they are not feasible. They don't essentially serve the long-term public interest, and there would be no issue with public health and safety for the development of a residence on the property. They did note a couple things. One, notifying on title of future purchasers of the potential future development across the road or in the area, and also that that the well that be constructed or that be drilled also be cased into the underlying bedrock. So there were a couple recommendations. Those recommendations will form part of a development agreement with the owners. So staff are supportive of this. It's supported by an aggregate impact assessment, and a development agreement will also be implemented. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. The applicants are present. Would you like to speak? Okay. It seems like a long time to sit through what we just sat through for this. Okay, all right. So the motion is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to the zoning category of property described as part of Lot 23, Ross Concession 3, Garden of Eden Road, from Extraction Industrial Reserve Zone to Rural Exception 44 Zone. Motion and a seconder, please. Reeve Rigier and Council Mackay. All in favor? Whoa, sorry, missed a question. Sorry. Okay. We have our motion and a seconder. Now we'll take questions. Councillor Lachlan.
Now, I see that, I know, are there some buildings, like farm buildings close to that, Ivan? That, No? Okay. Because I know on the other side, there is a farm further back. Am I correct? Am I in the right spot?
So right across the road from us is just a residence. The first little corner there, and then the one right.
Okay, I was just wondering where McLaughlin's farm was
Yeah,
in
so they actually
relations.
have cattle all around us.
Okay.
So they have no barns, they just have cows kind of.
Oh, okay, the barns are further away.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
Like they have
whatever
cows in
that you're
that
aware
area
that
right
there's
now.
a minimum distance.
We were actually wondering about a minimum distance between livestock and residential area.
I don't, Ivan, can you?
Just because the applicants are not speaking at a mic, and for the general public that may be watching this evening, that's fine, that's fine. So this property is generally in a small residential area. So Dandelion Drive has a couple homes there, and if you go down Garden Eden across from the subject lands, there's just residential single-family homes. There are no livestock in the immediate vicinity. And then there was a question from the applicant pertaining to minimum distance between livestock, and not livestock buildings, but livestock and homes. And I'll certainly be able to provide you some details with that after, tomorrow, if you will. Yeah, thanks. No worries. So I think maybe just to that point, so typically a minimum distance is set for a livestock building and a dwelling, not so much the cattle. Certainly the township is aware of the matter at hand, and we're certainly looking into it. Thanks.
Okay, just one comment on that. Is there something with existing and something with to be built, meaning a permit? Is there a difference?
I would just say that when a barn is built, we do the MDS, the minimum distance calculation. If a house is built close to a barn, then we do the MDS. So it's more when something is being built than we have a permit in front of us.
Okay, but the farm property in question is to the south, and it's quite a distance away, and there's no barn property, so it's only grazing.
That's correct. There's no barns on the adjacent lands, yeah.
Okay. Was that your question, Councillor McLaughlin?
Oh, yeah, it was more a comment than a question. I'm quite well aware.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone
I'm
else?
good, thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Good. Question for Ivan, Mayor. Usually there's a map of the extraction, like the area where the material is, the gravel is underneath. Do you know, is that just 2.5 acres, a sliver off of one end of it? Or, because you made comment about it being across the road?
Yeah, so I would say that the current zoning category is extractive reserve, so it would form part of a larger area. I mean, the property is so close to the intersection of Godfrey Godfrey and Highway 17 that it might extend to that intersection, but truthfully, there's probably no feasibility of extracting the aggregate there. But it probably goes to the south and likely to the north across the highway.
Right, so the fact is that potentially at some time in the future, there could be a gravel pit in that vicinity.
In the vicinity, and they'd be required to meet the Ministry of Natural Resources setback requirements, buffers, and noise and dust and all that.
And that would take in account all these residential houses that are already location?
That's correct.
And that's also the reason why the well needs to be lined all the way to bedrock for any future vibration?
Well, vibration and any potential contamination, I hate saying that in the public, but potential contamination from a future aggregate pit that goes below groundwater.
Good. No, I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that. We got no problem with the request.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion or a seconder. We'll have a vote if there's no other questions. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we move on to the next one, 19896 Highway 17. Can staff please give an overview?
So for 4.6, we just need a motion to add, to have
sorry.
it, to waive the rules because it was circulated late. So just a motion to consider it. Yes, and then the bylaws later, so.
It was 40.
Oh, it's down the road. It's Thompson. It's not this one. Sorry.
Okay. Clear as mud.
Yeah, thanks so much. So this application, Council, it pertains to a property on Highway 17. It's held by Dennis and Denise Harrison. Property address is 19896 Highway 17. He severed off a parcel of land containing a surplus farm dwelling. So it's basically a dwelling that is surplus to his farming operations. These lands are all designated agriculture. located in an agricultural zone, and the only way you could sever off a lot in this case is through that surplus farm dwelling. So he's proposing to do that. The lot in question is 5 acres in size, so it contains all the outbuildings, or most of the outbuildings, because he has no use or purpose for them. So ultimately, this is pretty standard application. It's consistent with the PPS official plan and zoning bylaw, and staff are supportive of it. Maybe the last thing to note is the application is ultimately to protect the farmland, and I forgot to mention that, so council will be familiar with these, is to restrict and prohibit residential uses on the remaining land. So the subject land here is the farmland. The zoning will restrict any future residential use on that property, just thus protecting it for forever and a day. Thanks.
Good point. Thank you. I'll read the motion. That the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve the amendment to the zoning category of the property located at 19896 Highway 17 from agricultural A zone to agricultural exception 45. Can I get a motion and a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Nicholson. Any questions? Councillor McLaughlin.
Just my standard question, and I think Ivan's already answered it, that the retained land is designated as agricultural only, and there's no building lots that are allowed on that property?
That's correct. So this zoning will restrict building lots and or build residential buildings on that.
And that will go on, registered on that title?
Well, no, it won't be registered on title. It'll be part of our zoning bylaw, which
Okay.
is the bylaw, yeah.
No, as long as somebody's aware when they go to purchase it, that if they go to purchase, you ain't gonna build on it.
Okay, no other questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. Now I have to find myself here. Yes, you're right, sorry. Okay. 6.15 is Beachburg Arena Plant Room. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region. 1, approve a delayed opening for ice operations at the Beachburg Arena for at least the first quarter of 2023, subject to required budget approval for any necessary temporary or permanent capital work to ensure the safe operation of the building, specifically related to the plant room structure. And 2, direct staff to report back prior to the 2023 budget on all required capital works for the Beachburg Arena for the immediate term and beyond, including the roof, plant room, ice plant, ice slab, boards, septic, and any other components that require life cycle work or replacement for the efficient and safe operation of the facility for indoor ice. Motion and a seconder, please. Okay.
Oh, we got a mover.
Oh, we got a mover.
Well, I was just point out to council, if you don't get it on the table, I'll have to close it as the CAO.
We have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor McLaughlin. Okay, so then who's going to report on this?
That'll be me, Mr. Mayor.
Rob, please.
So just to note to council that we have kind of 2 issues with the Beachburg Arena. One is the plant room structural, and the second attachment has photos. JP2G told us that it needs to be temporarily supported and permanently fixed. So the ammonia has been removed from the facility, and so that part of the building is non-accessible. So to do a temporary design and construction to secure the plant room, that would cost $40,000 plus HST. That would take some time for us to fix, and due to COVID and delays in trying to secure folks and the time required for the design, that would require a delay to the opening of the facility regardless. We can't operate the facility and put ammonia back in the plant if that's not dealt with. So you can spend that $40,000 now, or you can decide to do the permanent design and fix, which would cost an additional $85,000. So whether you proceed to the 40 or proceed now to the 85, and that would take a little longer and could delay beyond January the opening of the facility. In addition, when we had JP2G come in and provide us that opinion, they looked at the roof because there was some concern about some of the deterioration of the roof. It's not an immediate concern. However, snow load could be an issue. So although we don't have any safety orders on the building at this time, and the ice pad can be used, future snow load could be an issue. So the quotes on the roof recoating is $350,000 plus HST with a 15 to 20 year lifespan, or a full replacement of that section of the roof is $850,000 plus HST. So the recommendation that staff are recommending is before we spend any money, that staff be directed to look at all costs. So if you're going to spend $40,000 for a temporary fix of the structure, or $85,000 for the permanent of the structure, or both, that you look at all your other costs associated with the building. We know that septic is an issue, and we know that the plant and the slab are beyond their useful life. So what the recommendation does is to say, get staff to do all that work before you start spending money. Should you decide to proceed now with the temporary fix, you would need to direct us accordingly. So that's not what item 1 recommends. Item 1 is recommending we delay the opening and that we get a sense of all the capital work before we proceed. Or if you want us to fix the structure now at $85,000, same thing, you would have to direct us to do that, and you would have to indicate to us how to fund it. So there's no funding source for either the temporary fix of the structure at $40,000 or both the $85,000 for the permanent. And we haven't discussed how to deal with the roof, and that would come in the 2023 budget. So it's not good news in terms of the life cycle of the building, but the building was constructed in the 60s. These are obviously signs of deterioration in life cycle and a lack of maintenance. And as I say, buildings continue to get old, and if we don't maintain them, it doesn't get cheaper. So the recommendation, just to reiterate, is to delay the ice opening till at least the first quarter and direct staff to come back with a full idea of all costs before council decides how to fund and when to fund either the temporary fix of the structure or the permanent fix of the structure, or both. So I'd be ready to take any questions council has.
Okay, the floor is open. Councillor Mackay.
What is a new building worth? I'm asking you, I'm serious.
Well, I think in the case of Renfrew, and I'm going by memory, but I know a twin ice pad now is running between $20 and $30 million.
No, I didn't say twin ice, but how?
Even a single ice facility. I know the quote on the Cobden addition and renovation is probably closer to $5 million, and that's just to do dressing rooms and to do with accessibility. So a brand new building, I would think, we're looking at at least $10 million, if not more. So right now we have a sense of the roof and the plant room will cost us $1 million. The septic is probably in the range of 100, and then we have to get a sense of where the plant room is at, and the floor and the boards, and get a sense of all the costs so that council can decide how to fund that should they wish to proceed. And the other thing I would say on a major build of 10 or 20 or $30 million, you have to look at your debt capacity, your reserves, and your ability to pay for it. Yeah.
A little higher than you thought, yeah. For us all. Anyone else? Councillor McLachlan?
I would be in favor of getting our total cost before we go anywhere with it, and delay the start. The building itself is still accessible, is it not?
Yes. So the only part of the building that is off access right now is the plant room. The main slab can be used. The only issue that was noted by the engineer and the CBO is to confirm snow load on the roof, but the roof is also a concern, but not an immediate concern. And the front of the building is fine, and the canteen can operate, and the front of the building, the roof has been repaired, and so the front of the building is fine.
So I don't know, do we need a mover and a seconder to proceed, or?
We have that already, we'll just have a vote on
so
how
we have a mover and a seconder for the second to have staff come and bring back a report of all the expenses before we move forward? Is that what we
That's
have
what
a
we're talking
motion
about. We're
for?
going to vote on item 1 or item 2.
Okay.
Item 1 is delay, and item 2 is just
Okay,
to come back with the
so we just
price.
need to know whether it's item 1 or item 2, and item 2, I think, is what I'm speaking to. Is
If
that
I can
correct?
if I can be clear, recommendation 1 is to delay, and item 2 is during that delay to get all the costs associated with it. When I was talking about your other options that are outlined in the report, that would be separate from that. But the recommendation that is on the floor is to delay the opening till at least the beginning of next year, and then at the same time get costs back from staff on all the life cycles requirements over the short term, like right now and beyond. So that's what's on the table right now, is both of those, delay and get all the costs.
Because we can't operate
Okay,
right now.
and that's
we
what I-
can't make ice right now because our ammonia's been removed because of the bad shape of the building.
I
so.
think that is exactly what I was asking,
Yep.
is that if that's a motion on the floor, then I'm all set to vote.
Okay. Anyone else have questions? Okay, Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, I'd agree with the motion on the floor. I think part of the reason we're in the trouble we're in is we keep throwing $20,000 at this problem, and it's not fixing the problem, so.
Band-Aid.
It's a Band-Aid every time, so we need a solution here.
Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, 3 questions. I know it sounds like that every time. The brine that's in the rink, in the floor, is it able to stay in there? Has it been leaking, or do we have to address that leak if it's not going to be used for another 8 months? I just don't want it to see it going into the ground.
So the difference, I can't tell you what the difference is between ammonia and brine. It was explained to me once, but what's left in the ammonia side, 5% is safe, and that's within the plant itself, and it's necessary, I guess, lubrication for it. The brine and the floor, I think, is an issue that we need some expertise on. There have been brine issues with the floor that have to be looked at. But my understanding is that's not an immediate concern, but would be addressed as part of this direction.
Good, as long as we're not causing an environmental problem ourselves. by
No, and
waiting.
if it required immediate action, staff, I think, would have to respond and do so immediately.
Thank you. The second one is just, our decision tonight makes no impact on the staffing levels. We're just basically transferring that workload onto the other 2 arenas, so we'll remain with the same plan for staff.
Yeah, so as you see with the outline of the ice demand since 2017, this will just do, because none of the facilities were fully utilized, either on peak demand or off-peak demand. So what it just means is it's going to shift those hours for the first half of the season at least to the other 2 facilities.
Perfect. Last one is just, I'm curious, I want to make sure we have the right communication plan for this decision, whatever council decides. How do we communicate it to the public? How do we communicate it to the users? And to make sure it's clear that they understand what's going on and we're not left with a bunch of people with only half the information. So I just want to make sure that's part of the...
Really? You think that's going to happen? Councillor Mackay.
So just on that point, we will notify the 2 immediate landowners that are most affected, one being the Agricultural Society, but Mr. Stevens, who's immediately abutting the plant room as well as the canteen operator, so that'll be a direct communication. The other one is the users get communicated with before the ice season with options and the standard agreement, and they'll be informed that this facility won't be available for that. However, it might allow, for the slab to be used for pickleball or ball hockey in the fall, so there might be a potential for some bookings. And then I think it'll just be probably a frequently asked question or some sort of document that the outgoing CAO will prepare before departure.
How long will it take us to get these estimates?
So we have the one on the roof, and we have the structure. It'll be the plant. So we know that the plant and the floor are like 20 years beyond their useful life. So the question with them is, how close to failure are they? So can they be like options in terms of, can they be repaired or do they need to be replaced? So it'll be more of that case. And we work with experts who service the plant that we'll be able to get that information. The septic, we know what the costs are generally, so we should be able to bring that together in a timely fashion. But the goal is that you consider that as a whole.
I gotta warn you, if you said, we're not gonna reopen Beachburg Rink, they'd make these guys look like pussycats. You don't know these people. And your grandmother put money into that rink, everybody put money in that rink, and they will go babaloo.
Yep.
We shut the track, the women that were in charge before. We had 100 people on the fairgrounds, and they were gonna lynch us. I wasn't at the meeting, so I was safe. But this, I'm not kidding you, they want their rink, and they're gonna need it. If you put $5 million into Cobden Rink, if Charlene says there's not unity, that you'll find out what not unity is.
I think the good part of knowing where you stand and what the cost is, then the community can fundraise should they so choose. I think the issue is to understand what's close to failure, needs replacement, and what can be fixed. But I think what we're getting at is we're less and less able to fix and patch. We're getting to a point of failure, and the health and safety of everybody's important. But
That gets to build a new one.
well, we're at $1 million just with the roof and the plant room. That's not even the kind of operating components of the ice
I kind of
plant.
blame you for that roof, because you were supposed to, remember we put the first part, and then we were gonna keep putting on and on, and you were supposed to paint the walls. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we budgeted for the walls, but
Yeah.
right now painting the walls seemed like a low priority.
Yeah, I know, but it just makes the fair look bad with that shabby wall.
But it'll look nice.
Our machinery in front of it.
Yeah.
Anyone-
The dead.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. So motion stands. All in favor? Sorry, carried. We need a motion to extend. We're at 6:57, we said 7 o'clock, but we have... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Motion to extend to 7:30. Councillor Olmsted and Reeve Regier, thank you. All in favor? Okay, we're carried. Carmen, we are now on 6:16. Site plan control approvals. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the entering into a site plan agreement with Gordon Huckabone to permit the redevelopment of 16002 Highway 17, subject to the final approval of the planner or EDO. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Nicholson. Goes to Ivan, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the present application is submitted by Gordon Huckabone for the Kubota dealership that's located at 16002 Highway 17. Mr. Huckabone is looking to build an addition to an existing storage building. The addition would be 2,400 square feet at the back of an existing storage building, and the purpose for that addition would be essentially for the storage of existing agricultural, commercial machinery and the like. So the proposal is to construct this addition at 193 meters, more or less, from the Highway 17. And the application, similar to what we've done with other developments, is require site plan control approval. In the present case, the development is pretty minor in nature. So we didn't ask for any grading plan or stormwater management like we would normally for our larger developments, but certainly a plan demonstrating where buildings are on the site and an agreement that will ultimately come into place. We've seen there is value in that. So staff are supportive of this. Certainly as he progresses into the future, if he proposes any new buildings, he would just amend the existing plan and agreement. So staff are supportive and looking for council's approval.
Any questions or concerns? I do. I'm just wondering why are we seeing this? Why can't they just add on to their bid?
So essentially what happens is our site plan control bylaw establishes when you're required to apply for site plan approval. What site plan approval does is it examines how a site could be used to ensure the safety of the public. So if we're approving a commercial development, we want to make sure there's walkways, cars aren't driving past where people can get hit and the like. In this case, it's just a small addition, but ultimately it creates a basis for any future development application. So the consistency here is we've required this from other businesses in the community, 17 West, similarly the Kevin Fry at the Whitewater Metal, and as well as Olmsted Home Hardware. So similar application, it's just merely an approval and set something in an agreement. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just found it very strange that it was coming to us because, you know, they're out in the country and it's already a business, so I didn't really just... Any questions? Seeing none? All in favor? Carried, thank you. 6.17, zoning amendment bylaw 458 Greenway Drive. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to the zoning category from the property located at 458 Greenway Drive from waterfront vicinity zone to waterfront vicinity exception 58 zone to only permit the extension of the development completion term for 1 year to 2.5 years. Did I say that right? To only permit the extension of the development completion from a term of 1 year to 2.5 years. So we're extending the term. Okay. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Councillor McLaughlin, thank you. Goes to Ivan, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the council would have seen this report at its meeting of June 1st for the public meeting. The application submitted by Jim or James and Beverly Anderchuk, and council has received correspondence from them as well via email. What they are proposing to do is essentially reconstruct a cottage or dwelling, rather, a permanent dwelling that was demolished approximately 10 or 12 years ago. Essentially, the dwelling is located entirely in the floodplain in an area where development shouldn't occur. As I explained previously in June 1st, if you may recall, it was about 3 weeks ago nonetheless, when they demolished, they were told by the previous CBO that they could reconstruct without any conditions, in the sense that there was no time frame for them to rebuild, and they could rebuild whatever they wished to rebuild, no size limitations. In reality, the bylaw back in 2010, when they demolished, or more or less 2010, existed from 1998, and it doesn't state that you could build whatever you want. It states that you could rebuild the original structure without increasing the volume or area. So that pertains to non-conforming houses in the floodplain. We've been dealing with this, Doug and I, since the flood 2019 for all the properties on Greenway Drive. They were flooded, they're in the floodplain, they're non-conforming, they're allowed to rebuild, they have to raise it up, they can't increase the volume or area, and they need to rebuild within 2 years. So there's a time frame attached to that as well. So ultimately, what they've applied for is an extension to that time frame. So from up 2 years to 2.5 years. Staff have no issues with that. We understand that the current situation, pandemic, and the like are causing that there was some delays for contractors and materials. So certainly no worries about that. We're ready to support that. However, the second part of their application is they're proposing to increase the size of the dwelling. So the original dwelling was 1,200 square feet. As part of the bylaw, houses that are not non-conforming are allowed to have an addition of up to 20% up to 300 square feet. So in their case, that represents 240 square feet, and we're allowing them to have that. So that we're already allowing them to go from 1,200 to 1,440 square feet, and above and beyond. Like, that meets the provisions of the bylaw. Above and beyond that, and that's why the zoning's here, is they want to add 500 square feet in a loft on the second story. So we've accepted 1,440 square feet, and now they're proposing to increase it by 500, so above and beyond what is allowed by the bylaw. So I think essentially that component of the application staff are not supportive of. So essentially we have a legal non-conforming building, and the purpose for these legal non-conforming buildings is because they don't conform to today's standards, or in this case the standards from 1998. And the purpose for a non-conforming use is that it'll eventually be replaced with other land uses that conform with our bylaw, and to support the health and safety of the residents from the hazard. So with that in mind, since 2019's flood, we've dealt with 50 or more residents, and we've told them all, you could have the 20% up to 300 square feet, but you can't go more than that unless you apply to the township. But we've consistently told them that staff are not supportive of this because it doesn't meet the intended purpose of this legal non-conforming thing. And we've expressed that to Mr. and Mrs. Andrewchuk from the get-go when they've come to see us. So we've had some flexibility. We allow the 20%, the 300 square feet. They will benefit from that. They're going to benefit from a demolition that took place 10 years ago in the floodplain, and they're going to be able to rebuild that based on an affidavit and the like. So I think we've provided a lot of flexibility, to the redevelopment of this site. I don't see the intent to allow for that increase in developable area doesn't really meet the consistency with the PPS official plan and the zoning bylaw. So that summarizes that. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Councillor McLaughlin. No, sorry, Councillor Mackay.
I'll get it turned around for you. There you go. Ivan, didn't we deal with these guys before?
Council would have been aware of some emails that were sent about a year ago.
I think he phoned me, that guy.
Perhaps he did as well. And that's when I told him he can't rebuild because it was in the floodplain. But we've since worked out with an affidavit from their lawyer saying that they were told this back in 2010 from the previous CBO, that they could rebuild. We've allowed them to rebuild at that size. And certainly, I view that as some pretty decent leniency. So that's essentially where you're, we've seen emails from them back about a year ago.
Yeah, all right.
Councillor McLaughlin.
So, Ivan, if we allow them to rebuild on the footprint that's there, they still have to conform with the flood with certain elevation?
Yeah, so CBO Schultz and I have consistently required an elevation certificate from a surveyor confirming they've raised the finished floor high enough, number one, and also engineering for the foundation. So the foundation needs to be engineered. That will be required in this case as well.
Yeah, personally, I would have to echo what our planner has said. We've given them a lot of flexibility, a lot more than we have to, and I think I would be in favor of the small extension, but not the additional part. Anyway, I wanted to make sure that there still had to be an elevation approval.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Olmsted, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Ivan, is a deck considered the same thing as a covered porch? So if they switched out the covered porch portion of whatever that is, 300 square feet, and replace it with a deck, would that accomplish the same thing?
So this sketch you have in front of you here is a representation of what used to be there. So the covered porch, typically if a deck or a porch is covered, it forms part of the area of the house. And we've allowed them to include that in the original 1,200 square feet. So basically they could have the 1,440 square feet, which is what we allow. They could have a deck at the back and it will not impact. Like they could have a deck, an open deck, yes, and there'd be no issue with that.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson.
This is a tough one. I've been getting a lot of feedback, and as you know, I've been working with a lot of people after the flood to do these non-conforming rebuilds. Primary residences, not secondary. And people are getting concerned, not everybody, but especially people that have been there already, about the amount of backfill that's being put into lots in order to meet the non-conforming standards. So as an example, to put this house at the proper flood elevations, they're going to have to bring in soil to bring up this above, to make it safe to live in, right? So we have to acknowledge that we're basically changing very, very slightly the floodplain mapping, but the more times we do it, the more significant that change is, especially the residents that are already on the verge. So those are the residents that reach out to me and say, how are these people getting permits? That spot was 4 feet under the water in 2019. And I have to explain to them the non-conforming opportunities that people have, or if there's a building request or a building permit already issued before, whatever the issue is. So that's one thing. So there is some concern. I'm not in support of the expansion beyond the non-conforming limits. The second point I have is that when we allow for them to do this, they also need a septic system. Well, that septic system has to be above the floodplain. So now they have to backfill that property in order to have a legal septic system. So we're creating a lot of backfill, again, which impacts on those people with very low already existing properties. So these are the considerations that I've had people approach me about, and I just wanted to pass them on to you. One of the things I did say is, could we approve something like this and make it have to be a holding tank and not a septic system? Therefore, it would be less backfill, and they just would have to pump it. We've done that in some other locations for non-conforming facilities. So I throw that back at Ivan as if that is an option, and what comments you have on it.
Yeah, I think there's an existing septic system there, so they kind of have this non-conforming right to have a septic system, if you will. And to that end is our CBO doesn't want to issue a permit for a septic system that's going to flood. So there's that compromise, right? You have to allow for them to raise it to some extent, similarly to this cottage. So that would be why they would benefit from having a new septic there, is because there's already one there from previously.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions, we'll call for a vote. All in favor? Carried, thank you. 6.18. Zoning bylaw amendment application 165A Pinewood Park. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region. Approve an amendment to the zoning categories for the property located at 165A Pinewood Park Road to permit the additional use of a camping establishment having a maximum of 4 camping lots, subject to a holding symbol, in order to complete an environmental study impact inclusive of a scope lakeshore capacity, assessment, shoreline assessment, okay, and a site plan agreement and detailed site plan, development plan. Motion and seconder.
If there's no mover and seconder for the motion, you would then move that Council of the Township of Whitewater Region reject an amendment to the zoning categories for the property located at 165 Pinewood Park Road to permit additional use of a camping establishment having a maximum of 4 camping lots, period. So if there's a mover and seconder for that motion, if you don't have a mover and seconder on the report recommendation.
I'll move it for a second. But then I need a seconder. Are you going on mine or his? Going on mine? Okay. So then I need a seconder, which I don't have. So then we have to go to, what did you say?
A motion to reject up to 4 camping lots.
Okay. And I need a first and a seconder.
Yes.
Do we have a first and a seconder? First, Councillor Mackay. Do we have a seconder? None present. Oh, Councillor McLachlan. So we have a mover and a seconder.
You could,
that? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you can still have the planner provide an overview.
Planner, would you like to provide an overview?
Yeah, certainly. So this is a report pertaining to 165A Pinewood Park. I was away on leave when this matter was presented to council in the public forum. Certainly I watched the video and I've read through the 45 written comments that I've received. The application in question essentially proposes a maximum of 4 camping lots on the said property. Some of the concerns that were raised from the general public pertain to environmental impacts, traffic, number of boats, the motor size of boats and boat launching facilities, accountability to regulate the number of camping lots, the number of users, emergency service access, sewage, drinking water and garbage, noise, and they're all listed here in the report. So if council wishes, I could speak to my recommendation, but I think I'll just leave that as my summarization of the application.
I think that's a good idea. So do we need to open up for questions or just move on? Do I need a vote?
Discussion.
Well, yeah, does anyone want to discuss? Do you want to discuss? We're going to vote? All in favor? Do we know? Okay, if you have a question. And we are voting on the CAOs.
The motion to reject.
Okay. Yeah, we can have a recorded vote. That's not a problem. So the person that moved it was? Dave Mackay.
It's the
Councillor
person who requested the recorded vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll do it. I'll get it right one of these
But
times.
before we vote, can you read what we're voting exactly on?
Yes, the CAO will read it because I don't have it.
The Council of the Township of Whitewater Region reject an amendment to the zoning categories for the property located at 165A Pinewood Park Road to permit the additional use of a camping establishment having a maximum of 4 camping lots. So it's a motion to reject the amendment.
That's what happens when nobody pays attention.
I just want to be sure we're adhering to.
The protocol. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Council-
so we're going ahead with the vote
Yeah.
at this time.
Councillor McLaughlin.
I'm in favor of rejecting it.
That's the motion. Councillor Nicholson.
Favor in rejecting it.
Councillor Olmsted.
In favor of rejecting.
Councillor Mackay.
I'm in favor of rejecting it.
Reeve Regier.
Favor of rejection.
And Councillor, I'm sorry, Mayor Moore.
In favor of rejection.
Okay, it's carried.
Motion is carried. Rejected. Thank you. So now we move on to 6.19. Zoning Amendment 332 Lachlan Lane. Recommendation of the Council of Township of Whitewater Region postpone until September 2022, the zoning bylaw amendment intended to permit the conversion of the existing garage into a 2-bedroom bunkhouse, each with a bathroom on the subject property, in order for the township to examine more comprehensively through the comprehensive zoning bylaw review policies related to short-term rental accommodations. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor McLaughlin and Councillor Mackay. Ivan, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. So essentially, as a result of the discussion that was held on June 1st at the public meeting, staff felt that it would be wise to just hold off on bringing forth a report of recommendation pertaining to this short-term rental accommodations. The department's currently working on our comprehensive zoning bylaw, so that's the consolidation of our 4 zoning bylaws. Likely going to an open house for that in mid to late June, just to make a note of that, and ultimately hoping to get it before council sometime in August, hopefully in August. So I spoke with Brad relating to a postponement as the results of the zoning bylaw comprehensive review could affect his application, and he was acceptable to that. So we'll return on September 21st, hopefully after the open house for the zoning and potentially a public meeting, and we'll report back to council. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 6.20.
We need a 2/3 vote to put it on the table.
For what? This?
The next one.
Oh, the next one. Okay, this is the one we need. Okay.
Yeah. So, this item was added to the agenda late, so in order to move a motion, or in order to put it on the table, we need a 2/3 vote to allow it to come forward.
Okay. And this was in red in your agenda, so you know it was new. Zoning bylaw amendments.
So before you call that motion, to Carmen's point, you need a mover and seconder to add it, to consider it.
Oh, we made a motion and a seconder to add this, please. Motion by Reeve Regier, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. All in favor? Carried. Councillor McLaughlin?
No, you're talking the library appointment?
Nope, that's next. There was something new added, and it should show red on your computer, no? Okay. 49 Pembroke Street. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to the site-specific zoning category Highway Tourist Commercial, Exception 1, zone for the property located at 49 Pembroke Street. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor Olmsted and Councillor Mackay. And this goes to Ivan?
Yeah, thanks so much. So this is a report pertaining to an application that council saw as part of a public meeting on June 1st. Application is submitted by Gay Thompson for the property at 49 Pembroke Street. They currently have a commercial operation and 2 apartment dwellings, and what they're seeking to do is to convert more space into a 3rd apartment dwelling. The proposed application is consistent with the official plan and provincial policy statement, and staff are supportive of the application as it will provide for additional housing in the village of Cobden. And sufficient on-site parking is available for all the units and commercial businesses. So we're supportive of it and looking for council's consideration. Thanks.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, call for vote. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we move on to 6.21, library appointment. Recommendation of the Council of the Township of Whitewater. Yes, Councillor McLaughlin?
I'd like to declare on this item, please.
You don't have to declare. You're not getting anything monetarily.
I'm sorry, I would like to declare on
Okay,
this
fine.
item.
Yeah, you can declare. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to leave the room or you want to stay in?
I'll just go in back, it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, maybe while we're waiting, I declared on an earlier item as well. That's why I got up and left the room. My computer shut down on me, so I couldn't see Huckabone property come on. So I did fill out a form here. Item is 6.16, site plan control Huckabone Garage. Declare for potential supply of material. I'm not sure if we're involved or not. My apologies.
Okay, so the recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the appointment of Emily McKenzie to the Whitewater Region Library Board. Motion is seconder. Reeve Rigier and Councillor Olmsted. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we move on to notice of motion. Oh.
And then again, for this item, this notice of motion that's being brought forward by Councillor Olmsted, also because it's late on the agenda, needs a 2/3 vote. So we need a motion to bring it to the table.
Motion to bring this forward under the agenda, item 7.1 under notice of motion. First by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Mackay. And then, does this go to the notice of motion person or to me?
First, you need to read the motion.
Right there.
Yeah.
Okay, the motion is, therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region waive the rules of procedure
Yeah, go.
to consider this motion without prior notice at the meeting of June 22nd, 2022, and further that staff be directed to report back on August 3rd, 2022, meeting on a potential multi-year agreement with a viable junior team for the 2022 and 2023 season. Such agreement should include necessary provisions to ensure timely payment of fees, including deposits. So now we need motion and seconder. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Mackay.
So,
Yeah, but I was only reading the motion. But now it goes back to him then for discussion? Is this how it goes?
It's his notice.
Yes, I know, but it goes now to Councillor Chris Olmsted. Has the floor?
Yes, but when you're noting the mover and seconder, it was Councillor Olmsted that brought this
Now
forward.
I catch on. I'm sorry, it's late in the evening. We had a firster, we needed a seconder, so the seconder would be Councillor Mackay. Well, I took him as first, but he becomes null and void. Okay. Yep. I only read the recommendation, which is highlighted in bold red or bold black, whatever, on your computer.
Sorry, Mike, if I may? My computer's down, so sorry, I'm not keeping up. So whereas the Township of Whitewater Region has welcomed a junior team to Cobden since 2017, and the junior team contributes revenue to the township through significant ice time and attracts visitors and other economic benefits. And whereas the one-year agreement with the current team has expired, we've been continuing on one-year agreements. They are now expired. Whereas preparations are underway for the 22-23 ice season, and an agreement needs to be in place with a viable team as soon as possible. I don't really want to say a whole lot more than that.
Okay, questions?
So what do you want? You want us to say you want?
Yeah, we're looking at a multi-year agreement with a viable user for the Township of Whitewater Region in Cobden. They would be in Cobden.
This is for a hockey team. We're not naming anybody descriptive. We're just saying a hockey, a junior.
It'd be a junior level hockey team. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, Councillor McLaughlin.
So you're asking to go into negotiations with them? Is that what and then bring it back? Is that the idea? Or?
Yep, I'm asking for permission for myself and staff to go into a discussion for a long-term agreement, yes.
And do you need a seconder or?
No, we have that.
You have that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then as long as I know what we're doing, that's fine.
And then I just
you.
want to be clear that this will be brought back to council. So once we reach a resolution and full agreement, this will be brought back to council for full approval.
They get up money from fixed Beachburg.
Let's hope.
Okay, any other questions before we proceed? And do we have to have a recorded vote or just show of hands?
Can I ask one question before you?
Councillor Nicholson, yes.
So and I apologize, it's just the language. So we're basically authorizing, you're seeking council's authority to give you the ability to negotiate with staff and junior hockey team to use one of our facilities for multi-year?
Yes, we're looking at minimum of a 5-year agreement. And everything else you said is accurate, yes.
Okay. And to the same amount of ice time that we've traditionally had in that capacity?
At least the same amount of ice time.
Okay, good. No, I just wanted to make sure.
That, I guess, would be determined by the coaches, et cetera, at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, minimum the same amount of ice time, maybe more. Not to the detriment of minor hockey whatsoever.
Junior B, junior A?
Potentially, all I can say at this point is a junior team.
Have they changed? I think they've changed some of the terms, have they not? Now than the way we were used to years ago?
CCHL 1, CCHL 2.
Yeah, so.
At this point in time, all I can say is it's a junior level caliber team.
Yeah.
So if you were on a midget team, now you're on a little.
Your microphone's not on.
That's good. That's good.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, in order for any more questions, because we have to have a vote and we're running out of time.
We've got 2 minutes.
I told you.
And we had to have 2/3. I told you to be here 2 minutes. Councillor McLaughlin. A recorded vote, or we just have show of hands as long as we have 2/3?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, adoption of minutes. Regular council meeting, June 1st, 2022. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the regular minutes of June 1st, 2022. Motion and seconder, please. Councillor Mackay and Reeve Rigier. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 8.2, closed session, June 1st. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the closed session minutes of June 1, 2022, understanding that they remain confidential. Motion and seconder. Councillor Mackay and Councillor Olmsted. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Correspondence, Beachburg Fair. Recommendation that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region support the request from the Beachburg Agricultural Society for no objection to the beer garden at the Beachburg Fair on July 2nd to 24, 2022. Motion and a seconder, please. Councillor Olmsted and Reeve Rigier, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. 9.2 is just a letter of resolution, and 9.3 is a town hall meeting in regards to issues impacting development. So we move to 10.1. Recommendation be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the June 22nd, 2022 agenda be taken as read and passed. Motion and a seconder, please. Regier and Councillor Olmsted. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, we have the minus, so can we?
As amended?
As amended, yeah.
Okay.
If the mover and seconder are okay with as amended to remove the,
You and Chris?
which number was it?
10.1.
15, bylaw 2206, 1524.
Okay, yep. Second from the bottom.
Okay.
So in favor of that amendment to omit.
All in.
Okay. All in favor to omit? All right. We already did closed session. We come out of closed session. So we are now adjourned at 7:30.